It's time. Time to go live. Let me guys know how's the audio. If audio is good, give me an upvote. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop on. We'll talk about this latest in the breaking news. This watch world insanity continues. I thought I would be able to get some sleep today, but no, they won't let me sleep. Damn it! Damn you, 4P! Man, guys, speaking of uh, ridiculous responses, Paul put out a 3 hour live stream defending, I don't know, himself and the digital watch vault against the two unnamed people. But I guess he was talking about me. Look, what I gotta say? I think Paul has a bit of a twisted idea of what a word friend means. I think he is so concentrated on loyalty that he forgets that sometimes people who are looking out for him, they're the people who are going to tell him the stuff that he doesn't want to hear. Right now, he is so focused on this thing that it looks like nothing nothing is going to you know uh driving this thing off a cliff. Like he's just so determined to go through with this thing the way that he want to go through with it, that he doesn't see the bigger picture and the red flags that other people are seeing. So look, apparently he's really sensitive to my criticisms. So I was given a call earlier today and told to, like, hey, just be chill. Don't attack Paul too much. And yeah, I was gonna go on a 6 hour tirade, just freaking dissect this entire live stream, 3 hours. I could have done a 12-hour live stream out of this because there's so much stuff that's being said, so much misinformation, and so much just weird stuff. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just going to pick like three things, like 3 points, maybe 6 points. I don't know, and address those. And after that, I'm hoping to just watch the ad. Okay, the ad for the digital watch vault, and point out how it's not what it seems to be. So yeah, let's see. By the way, guys, if you had a chance to catch the Q&A in the morning, let me know how do you think it went. If there is any particular timestamps that you would like me to address, put them in the chat. I'll address those. Obviously, I want to address the stuff that the viewers are most concerned about. I've got my issues right here. You see a note. I took notes, guys. I don't usually do this, but yeah, I had to work hard today. Shout out to Thomas G. Look, this Thomas G became a YouTube member, guys. If you like this show and you want to support it, this is the only independent journalism channel on YouTube. That's it. There's no one else is left. Everyone else is either paid by the cartel or some other organization. We're fully viewer funded. We report on what you care about the most. So let's go through the chat. Let's see what do we got. Who we got here? We got Time Flies says it's over, but for the upvotes, thank you. Yeah, make sure to hit that upvote button. I would really appreciate it. We got CMC member for 5 months. Keep up the good work. Thank you, CMC. I really appreciate because uh, Paul thinks he can get a patsy. He thinks he can get all the cartel, all these little channels. He thinks he can get all of them combined into this big ball, and set them against me. Well, it's not really going to work because what I'm going to do today is I'm going to prove all these guys wrong because I want the record to be set. Because if this thing blows up the way I think it will, not that I want it to blow up, I don't care. I mean, if this is if this goes according to plan, the more power to you. Hey, in fact, if my mind, if my worries are quelled, I'll even put my watches into digital watch vault. Okay, so there you go. I'm not against this thing. I just have issues. I also have issues with the way Paul is advertising this thing. Okay, there's massive inconsistencies, and this is going to lead to certain problems down the road for Paul. But we're gonna go through all of this. Let's not rush. Let's see. We got my watch channel. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Tear the watch laundry apart, Timmy. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean somebody has to do it. Everyone else is, like it's so sick and I'm so sick and tired of everyone just bowing heads down and saying and agreeing with everyone, holding hands. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let's stop pretending like everyone is doing everything for the collector's best interest. No, no. When you take that money from the gray market dealer, your priorities become the priorities of the gray market. And 4P and his friends, they're conflicted. All right. There's conflict of interest, and that cannot be taken away. I'm gonna point out what are the conflicts and what are discrepancies. Because I think Paul is really getting himself into some serious legal issues by claiming, hey, he can't go on YouTube or media and claim that, hey, we're not going to be sell any of the private information, and the only reason we're uh into our privacy rules that we are going to sell the data is just to cover our backs. you know, Paul said that, oh, we're going to share the information with like authorities, police, and the likes. But but in the privacy, it clearly states there's not just it would have said police but it says literally everyone, affiliates, business partners. What are business partners? That's gray market dealer. That's Roman sheriff. That's that could have been the timepiece gentleman. You realize if the digital watch vault launched maybe a year earlier, Anthony would be all over this thing. Like he would be one of the founding members here. So, and that's why when Paul says, "Oh, you should just trust me. Just trust me. Because I'm a trustworthy guy." Well, he doesn't have the best record. Okay? I'm sorry, but it's just true. So when people come to me and they say, "Hey Tim, you see this is like people can get seriously hurt here." I do have to point this out to maybe to Paul, if not anyone else, because maybe he doesn't see it. Maybe Paul thinks of himself as a really trustworthy guy, but there's more to trustworthiness than how many followers you have, how many people who are just going to listen and follow all the directives. I hate directives. I don't listen to anyone. Okay, I don't listen to anyone. And it's sickening to see everyone just taking everything at face value. When did you guys become so docile? Literally all these beta soys who call me a beta, they're willing to get down on their knees and just accept the truth as it's said. Well, just wait until it all blows up, and don't come to me and say, "Hey, I told you so," because I don't want to be the guy who says I told you so. Actually, I want to help out Paul here more than anything because I think maybe in a way he's the one who's getting ripped off. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. BW said, Tim, do you mispronounce Paul and Roman's name deliberately? Yes, I do. 4P and Sharf. Shaft. Shaft. CM Tim owes me money to $20 super chat. Holy shit. Thank you. I know how hard you're working to keep us educated. Thank you, CM. Yeah, no, seriously, it's tough. It's tough because, listen, I could have been a millionaire, guys. I could have been millionaire if I just went with the grain. If I just followed the river. Oh, it would be so peaceful. It'd be so great. Listen, if you just do what you're told, right? And don't stir up any trouble, you'll be rewarded. They'll give you the deals, they'll give you the link. I don't want any of it. The Awesome Pawn, thank you so much for 12 months membership. Paul should apologize to Tim. Tim is an investigative journalist we need. Digital Watch Vault is basically a DMV. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm actually doing Paul a service. I'm keeping these guys honest from themselves because the temptation. I mean, these guys fucking put in their personal, like in their privacy policy, that they're going to fucking whore out this information to anyone and everyone. Like your personal information, guys, is gonna be up for sale to anyone. That's what they put. So when the time comes to shove, when the checks, when people need to be paid, right? How are they going to do it? They'll sell it to literally anyone because they left the door open to sell it to everyone. I mean, it's just common sense. Come on. Maldives, congrats on making the appearance on the latest Mr. Wonderful video. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you didn't know, I made an appearance in Mr. Wonderful video. Mr. Wonderful. Let's go. Let me show you. Quick, check this out. Actually, it was the moment, literally in the first 30 seconds. And I think if you guys were fans of, if you're fans of the show, you you probably watched this moment live from my side when I was at the watch time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyways, let's get back to serious business here, okay? Um, because there's a lot of stuff. Like the thing is, Paul is he's a good spokesperson, but he doesn't know how the internet works, and it's really unfortunate. Vimal Nair, thank you so much. Says Tim, the only way I can trust the platform is if one of the big watch brands partnered with the Digital Watch Vault, and two, big name like Vashron, Angel Funds back this and kicks out the senior executive. Look, as long as the board of directors or the people behind the Digital Watch Vault, as long as those people, the core investors, as long as those people are gray market dealers, you could basically guarantee that your data will be sold to these dealers, right? Because this is what they left. All right, this is what this is all for: is to leave the room to do it. Now, Paul will say, "No, no, no, Tim, and the rest of the guys, you should just trust me, trust my word. This is just legalese." Actually, there's a moment where he says that. Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe we'll go to some clips. See here. Michael Paris says, "Fix your sound. You have an echo. Keep us educated." Do I have an echo? Um, Shit. Let's see here. Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, hello, hello. Okay. I think maybe now it's going to be a little bit better. I don't know why there was no echo. All right, cool, cool. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Michael. Really appreciate it. Uh, let's see. All right. David Brown says, Tim, you're 100% correct. Paul Thorpe doesn't understand tech or the internet. He's got no clue. And see, that will I will explain what I think is actually happening maybe towards the end, because I think the I think the investors might be getting played here, because these kind of platforms, ad supported platforms, they don't really work. Okay, they really don't work. All right, but I think we should go to our first moment that I thought was ironic as hell. Okay, because it's like multiple things happening at the same time. It's the moment 2:30 and 20. Okay, make sure the sound is playing here. Hey, we got Carolyn Martin in the chat. Thank you so much for being member for 14 months. I would love to lead the class action lawsuit against the vault. Fraud is fraud. Well, that's what I'm trying to prevent. I'm trying to save digital watch vault from a thing like that happening, right? Like I don't want Paul to get into serious legal problems. Like he said I'm libelous. You know, he accused me of libel somewhere in the stream and said, "Oh, the things I said," but I didn't really say anything. I mean, what did I say? I just brought into question some things that he mentioned that didn't really square up with the terms of service. So JP Goldneck says Tim is a uniter, not a divider. I'm actually, believe it or not, see, here's the thing. Paul completely fucked it up with the timepiece gentleman. Okay, he trusted him to the bitter end until Paul didn't break his friendship with Anthony Farah until Anthony, revealed that he stole $5 million from his quote unquote investors, right? Um, like what? Think about it. Paul would have been a better friend to Anthony if he stopped Anthony in his track. If he stopped the thefts at $1 million. See, at least $1 million. What does a good friend do? He stops you from a bigger disaster. Paul wasn't really like a great he was the one who gave credibility to the timepiece gentleman and made the whole thing worse, right? By appearing with Anthony, by continuing to excuse Anthony's terrible decisions. I mean, as someone who's experienced in the gray market dealerships, he should have known. He should have seen the signs because, hey, listen, man, when I try to get better every time, right? Like I try to get better, but some people they just want to go back to the past. And case in point, okay, case in point, like the irony could not have been uh more obvious than it is in this clip right here that I'm gonna play for you because this is just it's beyond believable because you're not gonna freaking believe who makes appearance on this Q&A. It's freaking Marcelo, okay? The Judas, Marcelo, who took the money, from one of just strangers to turn on me. I was like Marcelo's friend. I literally helped Marcelo regain credibility after that guy doxed everyone. Marcelo, right there on this. I mean, Paul Thorpe doesn't know this. Marcelo is he invented the doxing. He's the guy who freaking screenshotted indiscriminately numbers and conversations in the WhatsApp group. Okay. And then sent them to Archie Luxury. And then Archie blasted people's numbers on the live stream. Those people then got horrible phone calls from freaking weirdos on YouTube. And Paul Thorpe is doing a speech on privacy, and he has freaking Marcelo on the live stream. You can't make this shit up, guys. You literally cannot. All right, so here we go. I mean, but watch this.
Max, are you talking about our privacy policy or someone else's?
Mommy, come here.
You know what you mean, Max.
It seems Paul is confused about
By the way,
privacy.
this is my wife.
So
Hey, how you
why
doing?
not dox a woman who doesn't
Hello.
want to be on the screen during
That's the
like
background noise.
look at
Yeah.
this.
Mm.
Marcella's wife clearly doesn't want to be on the live stream. They're doxing her, putting her on camera as Paul Thorpe is giving speech about privacy. I mean, guys, I mean it's unbelievable. What am I watching? Is that these guys they're just at some point, like, I think Paul is fucking with me. I think he's just setting this up just to mess with me, because this can't be real. I can't believe what is happening on the screen in front of me.
If you're Max, if you're talking about our privacy policy, company policies are pretty much the same throughout. They're drawn up by legals, by solicitors, lawyers, etc., and they backside cover for the company that they're writing them for. We state quite clearly in our
Paul Thorpe talking about privacy and how it's the lawyers who wrote their privacy thing with the original watch community doxer right there on the stream. You can't make this up, guys. You literally can't make this up. I think this is scripted. So Paul goes on, oh, it's written by lawyers.
terms and conditions, in our frequently asked questions, we state very clearly that we will not be selling.
And okay, so this is the problem, Paul. Q&A and Paul's answers to people, hey, are you guys going to sell my private information? Are you going to sell my data? That answer that we're not going to do that. Of course we're not going to do that. But it doesn't matter. Like, they could say that. I think it's probably legally they could say that, because in the contract the contract is what matters at the end of the day. It's not what Paul Thorpe said, because Paul always keeps going back to, like, oh, I don't have anything to do with this. I'm not a legal person. It's all going back to that. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know if he could say this. The only thing he knows is that probably the people, in the background, or the people he's working with, they probably told him that they're not doing it yet, because obviously they're still gathering the information. But what they're going to do with it is who knows?
Anyone's information. Lawyers may write in terms and conditions that we reserve the right to.
Now, but you know what? Why not go to those lawyers and change it? And, like, if you really care about protecting your client's personal and private information, and I listen, I don't know exactly which information people really want to be protected, but probably all of that information. I mean, if they really truly didn't want this information to go into, wrong people's hands, they should change that privacy policy. Go to the lawyers and say, how can we, in the privacy policy, make adjustments that will prohibit us from selling this very sensitive information to, and carve out, who they don't want this information to be sold. But they're not going to do that. They're just going to say, hey, we're not selling it, but hey, we're not selling it today. That's what they're saying. What Paul is saying, yes, we're not selling your private information yet. Okay, that's what he should be saying. So I don't understand. Like, there's no even reason to be evasive about this. I don't know why Paul has to keep saying that we're not selling. He could just say we are. Why? It's not that they're selling that people are concerned with. It's the problem is the lie. Is the inconsistent. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to say we're not selling your personal information if the contract that everybody's presented with has an opening to sell to everyone. Come on. I mean, come on, people, wake up. I think Paul should go back and like think about which places the people really don't want their information to end up in, and maybe they could ask lawyers to change to put some restrictions on. Why not put some restrictions? My watch channel $5 super chat. That privacy policy clearly states who is the shared data with affiliates, business partners. Who specifically is that? Transparency Now. Well, right, exactly. I mean, who are those affiliates? Who are going to be the business partners? We don't know. We really don't know. Now, what I found to be really interesting here is that 20 seconds later, we had, I think this is, I don't know this gentleman, but he hopped on the stream and he followed it up with exactly what I'm saying. And Paul had no idea what the guy was even talking about. Okay. So let me just get this ready for you guys. Okay. See, Paul doesn't even understand why he he shouldn't be misleading people. Okay, so here we go.
To that, and
Yeah.
it doesn't override reputation. It doesn't override what you say. It doesn't override into that. Times that is a legal document that people. I mean, with the privacy policy, like I said in the chat a few times, that is a legal document that people sign up to when they.
Yeah.
Well, when they sign up, they're agreeing to that, and
Yeah.
it doesn't override reputation. It doesn't override what you say. It doesn't override the frequently asked questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so see, I think this is Max Headroom. Shout out to Max Headroom in the chat. He's explaining it to Paul very, very simply. Is that it at the end of the day, it's that privacy policy. That's the legally binding agreement that people should believe. Okay, that legally binding agreement says that they will sell. So Paul can't go around saying that they're not going to sell because what Paul is saying is not legally binding. Okay, let's say you put your watches into Digital Watch Vault, they sell the information, and then something happens. Okay, now what do? You Now Paul promised you that your information is not going to be sold, but Digital Watch Vault has legally can sell it, so they will, and ensure that. And I'll tell you, if these companies can sell your data, they will sell your data. It's guaranteed. In fact, this type of business is not even sustainable. Okay, the ad based. You guys know how many ads Paul Thorpe would have to sell on Digital Watch Vault to be able to pay for the expenses? I mean, the security team, the research. I mean, there would have to be a number of employees. A lot of them probably would have to be paid in three-figure salary. It would cost incredible amount of money to upkeep something like this. Having like newspapers, like, to get this through your head, guys. Newspapers are struggling to pay for, to keep up with the printing costs, and paying like it's ad based model is not really sustainable. you know um so this is what I'm saying. Like, so I don't understand. This product is not only like they're mischaracterizing it from the point of how they're going to make money, but if it's true that this is how they're going to make money, that's not even a sustainable model to run business. I mean, any tech guy can tell you, like Twitter, they haven't made any money. I think probably since its inception, and now they're making even less money. And then you take, for example, Uber. I think Uber only now finally they're starting to make money. But for 10 years, I mean, that 10 years, that had to be sustained by billions of investor capital. So I'm sorry, I just don't see how a business like this is even functional. So I'm really scratching my head here. I would like to talk to Paul more about that part of the business, how they're going to make money, because I gotta tell you, he should talk to some experts how to that know how to run like a profitable business, right? Because this is not very profitable. Meatball says, Tim, you have lost the ball. Return the PlayStation 5 and MacBook to the Wizard. What MacBook? MacBook doesn't belong to the Wizard. PS5, and that's true, Meatball. Yeah, this is how the Wizard manipulated me. He hired me to create a website for him, um, that he could then use to attract my viewers, where he can get them alone and then he can scam them. So it's really fucked up. The Wizard is an evil guy, evil critter. And you know what? The Wizard, the freaking Paul Thorpe, the Paul Thorpe, he did help with the Wizard. He did help a little bit. The whole Nico Oshin thing happened because of the Wizard, right? And guess what? After I told Roman Sheriff that the Wizard stole $150,000 from a guy, you know what Roman did? He freaking put up $1,000 painting of the Wizard in the office. Yeah. And then he put that in the video. And then when I pointed it out, they took down the video. So I fucked up and not downloaded it. I would love to play that video for you guys. Now, I took the PlayStation way before I knew that he was a scumbag. So I don't know. Maybe I should donate my PlayStation somewhere. But look, I'm broke. Despite what they make you believe, I'm not really making that much. I'm not doing this just for the drama and for the super chats. All right. Or everybody, on Paul Thorpe said this is the excuse they have, right? Tim is attacking us unfairly because super chats. No, 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 no. This, in fact, watch content brings in more super chats than doing so-called drama. This is news. This is actually news, and I think this is good for everyone because it keeps people honest. And I want there to be more honesty, more transparency in the watch world. So yeah, let's keep going with this one because this is a really interesting thing. You can see Paul Thorpe. He doesn't know what this gentleman is actually saying. He doesn't actually he thinks he does, but he doesn't. So let's listen to it again because was so eloquently put. Here we go.
Having queries as hating on you.
That's why I've invited you on, mate.
I appreciate that. The only thing there's a few concerns, obviously. With the privacy policy, like I said in the chat a few times, that is a legal document that people sign up to when they sign up, they're agreeing to that. And it doesn't override reputation. It doesn't override what you say. It doesn't override the frequently asked questions.
Yeah.
Or it does override them, should I say.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing. Have you read the privacy policy yourself?
Yeah, Paul says yeah to both because Max Headroom, he makes a mistake where he should be saying the privacy policy. That's what overrides everything. But he says like the opposite. And Paul nods, says yes, and then he corrects himself. And the meaning is completely opposite. It's a 180 meaning. That it doesn't override. And Paul says yes again. He nods again, which means he has no clue. He has no clue what Max Headroom is talking about. That's why watch how he's going to reply.
I've read it, but I'm not a legal person. I'm not a solicitor. I'm not a lawyer. I trust that is our lawyers that have written that. I think what you'll find is that what I was saying on Max is that even when you buy your iPhone, when I sign up and I go down, it says, do you agree to all the privacy terms and conditions? I know they're going to be full.
Well, you know what? Hold on a second, because there's news flash. We got news alert, okay? This is the kind of people, first of all, Paul just says you should just accept the agreement. Just, you know what? Be a beta, right? Be a guy who just fucking follows orders. Follow orders, because Paul himself, he follows orders. He opens the iPhone, he sees the agreement, and he says yes to the agreement. Just just he just accepted that it's fate. It's he's gonna have to accept this agreement, so he just accepts the agreement, and he wants you to do the same thing. Like he wants you not to question, not to answer, and don't question anything. Just follow what I said. And guess what? Apple is actually in a massive lawsuit because these sons of bitches. Okay, even though you can click I do not accept for my data to be sent. There was actually found to be no difference. Look at this article is reporting that every time you set up a new iPhone, you are asked whether or not you consent to Apple collecting analytics data. If you decline consent, you'd of course expect analytic data to be sent to not be sent to Apple, right? So if you say no, it should not send data. But guess what? Apple, they created a contract where you could say I don't want my data, yet they were still collecting all that data. That's illegal, and that's why they're going to be in a crazy class action lawsuit. These guys are going to get fucked over. Okay, so this is what happens when you just accept everything that you were told. That's not how it works. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, check this out. We got a celebrity in the chat. Shout out to Max Headroom. Sorry, boys and girls, I was nervous. Jeez, my voice is annoying. Hey, no, your voice is fine. You did incredible. Hop on the stream, Max Headroom. Hop on the stream. I would love to ask you some questions regarding this because you obviously know a little bit of the about all of this legal stuff because Paul, at least to his credit, he admits that he doesn't know uh what he's talking about, yet he continues to talk as if he knows what he's talking about. So it's kind of a weird. Okay. Let's see. Is there any more to this? Oh, yeah, exactly. He doesn't read the terms and conditions. He has given up. He has given up all his rights. He just, guys, come on. Seriously, like I'm sick and tired that everyone just has to give up their privacy when they're online. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't, we would actually get much better service for most of the few things that we really use on the internet if we paid a little bit. I'm not against paid subscription based service as long as you get what you paid for. But everything that's free, that's ad powered, turns to absolute garbage. It's unreadable, it's unwatchable. I don't want anything that's free. Like, when was the last time I played a video game on the iPhone? I played like a couple of games when the iPhone first came out. Actually, when the iPhone first came out, there was a lot of cool games. They were like $2-3 each. But now it's all scams. It's every single game is some kind of a scam to manipulate you. So if I go into my digital watch vault, where where it's called the vault, where I'm gonna put my sensitive wristwatch information, right? I don't want there to be ads playing and trying to manipulate me into buying more useless crap. Like, I'm already stuck with watches, okay? It's a dumb, expensive hobby. The only reason so much people spend this insane amount of money is because, it was they were worth more than they were selling for, because there was this crazy shortage, or should I say the crazy rise in demand. But yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Nobody needs more than 6 watches. Calm the fuck down. All right, let's be cool. So Max Headroom, you want to hop on? I would love to have you on. Let's see here. I had no notes, no policy to hand. I could have done 100. Yeah. All right. Maybe, you know what? Maybe. Well, this is your chance. Actually, this is your chance to add a little bit more information. Oh, speaking of information, hey Alex,
Good evening, Tim. How you doing?
good evening. So, what do you think?
Uh,
Paul doesn't understand privacy policy. He doesn't understand why he can't say what he's saying. Like he shouldn't be saying what he's saying because he's lying.
listen, I'm gonna take. I can only judge people on face value.
Yes.
I judge by until I see their actions. I can only judge based on what people say. I only joined that stream in the last hour, and that's when myself and Max were posting questions in the chat. We're being genuine. We were being nice. There were some people. There were trolls on there, of course.
There's trolls everywhere.
Yeah, the trolls are everywhere, and I understand why Paul Thorpe gets upset about that sort of stuff. But we had some genuine questions, and Max, I think, did a really good job of asking, of trying to sort of join all the dots. And as he said in that first clip, the privacy policy, it trumps the FAQ. Okay.
Yes.
And the FAQ mirrors Paul Thorpe's public facade of the digital watch vault.
Yes.
We're just sort of trying to highlight the confusion. We just asked the question, can you understand, Paul, why people are confused about the FAQ saying we won't share your data, but the privacy policy says we may or we have sold your data. Now, I'm assuming we're not getting into semantics here and saying share is not the same thing as sell. So let's put that to one side.
Okay.
But Max did sort of, and I think he's on the chat, isn't he, or something? So
yes, he was in the chat.
Max, certainly he can speak for himself, but I think he seems to have some knowledge about this sort of stuff, and I think he.
Well, let's get someone who probably knows a little bit about this.
Yeah, and I think what he was, I think what he was alluding to is that the privacy policy seems to be a cut and paste job from another, from other type of such enterprises, such data-driven exercises.
Yes.
Now, my question, and I think Paul Thorpe towards the end, and I even managed to ask a question in the chat. I think Paul Thorpe seems to admit that if there is confusion, he's happy to go back to the lawyers and get them to clarify.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Okay. So I can only take what he said at face value and assume that what he wants versus what the lawyers wrote in the privacy policy may be slightly at odds.
Yes, it's extremely at odds. They're actually opposite of each other.
Yeah.
The privacy policy and what Paul Thorpe is saying is completely opposite. So that's the problem that we're having. And his answer that we should trust him and the people, because can't you see the people who are backing this? Well, who's backing it? Here we go. I think I got a little graphic here prepared. Who's behind this project? Backers track record. So let's get a little track record here going. Right? We don't really have the only person that I would trust in that list would be David Khalil. But that's because of different reasons. But like, look at the track record. Well, these are not exactly the people that
The picture of producer Michael is so bad. It looks like one of the women from the Golden Girls.
What the heck? Oh, I was told that it's a wig.
Oh,
because it's.
I love the Golden Girls. Was a wonderful show on NBC. It was 4 or 5 elderly widows or whatever they were, and Beatrice. This is like Beatrice Arthur with a wig. Anyway, sorry.
Great observation. No, it's good observation. Yeah, like these are not really the people. Like show me track record of success. Okay, who is actually successful in that bunch of people? Because producer Michael, well, I mean, how do we measure success? Do we measure success by how many, loyal followers they have, or by, I don't know, deals, some successful deals? And lately he hasn't had many wins. The producermichael.com, it's over. It's just links now. It's just got 6 links to 6 different websites. No more. No, his line of clothing, that's gone. Okay, no more digital shop, drop shipping stuff. No more partners. Not very successful. The one, remember that mention? The one, we watched the video. $500 million, most delusional mention
Bankrupt.
that I've ever seen. Yeah,
Bankrupt.
bankrupt. 150 mil. He knows nothing about watches. What the hell does producer Michael knows about watches? And he even sold some. He was promoting fake watches.
I
Do
don't
you know
think.
does anybody on the panel know, or anybody in the audience know, in the video there's a guy on the bottom right? And do you know who that person is? Does he claim to be involved in Digital
Danny.
Watch Vault, or is he a friend of Paul's? Does anybody
Oh.
know the
Oh
relationship?
yeah, let's pull it up. 1 second.
If it's Danny, yeah, he's a mate. He's a mate of Paul Thorpe's.
So the person on the bottom right, he's a mate of Paul Thorpe's. Does he have any official role in Digital Watch Vault?
I don't know, but I mean, I have seen him occasionally on Paul Thorpe's videos. So
Let's just he's a friend of Paul's.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Cool.
Is there any way that you could go to the video and go to 1 hour 15 and like 1 hour and 15, 1 hour 15 and 15 seconds, somewhere around there?
This video here is D talking.
Yeah, I bet there's a point where this gentleman on the bottom right chimes in.
Oh, this guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Today, without mentioning any names, have got a Digital Watch Vault account.
Okay, could you back it up 10 seconds and replay it?
Genuine people that want to protect a genuine asset.
Paul, isn't it strange, right? The people you're referring to today, without mentioning any names, have got a Digital Watch Vault account.
Mm.
What do you mean? I do have a
Keep playing it. Just another 5 seconds.
So against it, but they've got one.
Yeah.
Okay, stop. How would he know that?
Oh shit!
I'm asking a very, very serious question. How would he know who has an account and who doesn't have an account?
He has an access. They got the names. They're looking in the names. They have a backroom access to the list of everyone and all of their watches.
Either this guy is lying, or he's been given unauthorized access to confidential information. I'm calling for a full and complete investigation into how this happened. If this guy is lying,
You're doxxed. Your name has been doxxed.
if this guy is lying, he should be forced to disassociate himself as a trusted dealer or whomever he is and disavow any relationship or association with Digital Watch Vault. If he is involved, I'm calling for a full and complete investigation. I'm calling for him to resign and separate all ties. We need to understand how he knows why I have an account, or why Tim has an account, or why anybody has an account. I need a full, I want full accounting of how this guy, who's a friend of Paul Thorpe's, knows I have an account on Digital Watch Vault.
What they're doing is not against their terms of agreement.
Guys, I'm being absolutely serious. I don't want
terms of agreement.
I don't want to come on and bash. Listen,
it doesn't matter how he knows. He bought that information from the back end. It's not illegal according to their terms of service.
Listen,
you should have read the agreement more carefully, OC.
Tim, I don't want to come on and do a shtick. Paul is a friend of mine, but I just want to, and I have to jump off. But I want to bring up this one point because I think we found a smoking gun. Who is this person, and why does he know who has accounts on Digital Watch Vault? I want a full investigation and a full accounting of what happened and how he knows, because this is a serious breach of security, a serious breach in confidentiality, and someone deserves to be fired over this.
You know, I already seen your name doxed in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if he's a friend of
Holy
Paul's,
shit.
a trusted friend, a trusted dealer. I don't give a fuck. I want to know how come this guy knows I or Tim or anybody else has an account on Digital Watch Vault. I want a full and complete investigation, and I won't rest until we find out the truth. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, OC.
All right.
I'm gonna clip this moment and post it on the channel. Wow. See, this is what we're talking about. But technically speaking, according to that privacy agreement, OC might be in the wrong. He might have given up his right. So now every mate of Paul knows your name. If you ever say anything bad about you, about someone, and you know their watch, they can basically get your name. So guys, get ready. All right. They're coming for all the trolls. This is how they're going to get all the troll accounts. They're gonna find out, like, oh, let's see it. Luchabetic Mark. What does he have? A Zenith. Was he have? Mark, what do you have? A Skyline. Zenith. Zenith Skyline. They can just reverse find you. Boom, Mark. There you go. There's your address. Boom, doxed. This might be just a project to collect people's names and find their real identities in the chat. Just Porpy's gonna go after his enemies. Luchabetic Mark. This segment has been sponsored by Luchabetic Mark Talks Watches, who just gifted generous 10 memberships. Alex, you okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I've just got a cold, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, damn. Is it COVID? No.
No.
David Brown. Oh, see, that is exactly what I said when I saw it live. I am now from UK. Drop me the link, please. I have so much to tell you. Whoa, drop the link for David Brown. Wow. Let's play it again. That was... I got the shivers down my spine. You know that? It was a scary moment.
I mean, obviously, OC paid a lot more attention.
If it
I
was
think.
me they were talking about, I would have shit my pants. But you see, OC stood strong. OC is true alpha.
Mm.
Just a second here. Okay. Let's play it again.
Yourself with that product.
Yeah.
And however much information you put on there, bought it off the lucky man on the beach.
And if you try and
it's
sell
all
that
in-
down the line, you have just openly committed a fraud
I started a little bit
and
early.
admitted to it. You've put your name to it.
Yeah. So it's a waste of time doing any of that. It's for genuine people that want to protect a genuine asset.
Paul,
Who are the genuine people? The people who are gullible enough to follow every order, to go against all of their basic human instincts. Is that the people? I mean, there's so many red flags. Alex, this entire show, this entire thing is just a sea of red flags. How can people so be blind and just sail directly into the seas of red flags?
Listen,
How
Tim,
do people end up so dumb?
well, look, you guys have got beef with each other at the moment. I get that. Okay, you want to see red flags? Have at it, Hoss. Okay, I have got no skin in the game. I'm just maybe just a normal punter that's just trying to judge things on what people say.
Alex, there's a part of me that thinks that these guys are just fucking with me. Like, I think they're doing this just to trigger me. Like, they're just all acting. This can't be real. You know, I hope that this is just one of it's fake news. Like, they're just making this stuff up as they're going to try and get to me.
But-
It's like
So you're thinking that Digital Watch Vault was set up just to troll you?
yeah, you know, like, what is that film where a guy, he lives in the movie? Everyone else is just like acting, and it's like for him, he's just his real life. What is that? What is that movie?
Is it Jim Carrey in it? Was
Yeah,
it?
yeah, Jim Carrey.
Oh, God damn it! Someone in the chat will know.
Yeah, let's see it. Truman Show.
Truman Show.
Voila, a winner. Yeah. The Truman Show. I feel like I'm in the Truman Show because there's no way these people are for real.
Do you have do you? I mean, let's assume, right?
Yeah.
That they are there to make money out of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you begrudge?
No,
the
I
ability
am
to make money?
happy for them. Is if they're planning that this is their big break, if these guys are thinking like, motherfucker, let's just give me a few more years and I'm gonna sell this thing for $500 million, because that's like, this dream is everywhere online, right? This is how people make it in life nowadays, right? They invest in some company and then 10 years later, boom, they become a millionaire just out of the blue. And so I think people who are in behind in the back of this is what they're secretly thinking.
So do you think? So there's two scenarios. Either Paul genuinely is not intending to sell the information, and they've got rubbish terms and conditions on the privacy policy, or he should just come out and say, "Yeah, we're going to make money out of it." Facebook makes money out of information.
I would be fine with that. I'm
Yeah.
I'm not fine with the lies. Why
Well,
you
no, the
gotta.
confusion. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say there is some contradiction.
No, but it's a little bit like 1984, right? But because with all the intimidation, right? Like
You're
we
conflating.
said we're not selling, and you're questioning our privacy policy makes us upset. That's equating with like attacking our name. Well, whoa, I'm not attacking your name. I love Paul. He's a character. He's a character.
I think
I respect him. He's making big money. He's making huge bank out of this whole thing.
I think both parties could be accused of conflating personal issues with the digital watch vault confusion issue. So
what's the confusion issue?
Well, if you didn't know Paul Thorpe, if you just went onto his channel and you saw this digital watch vault and you were curious and you looked into it and you go like, FAQ says one thing, privacy policy says another thing, you wouldn't come away and say this guy's a crook. You wouldn't come out away and say this guy's a liar. You would say there's some confusion. Can you please clarify?
Yeah. What I would say to that is that what is normal response? Okay. What is normal human response? Okay. So you say one thing, but we checked and the privacy policy says the opposite, right? There's two normal human responses to this, right? One is, oh, shoot, we're going to talk to our lawyers and we're going to modify it and we're going to add these exceptions that we're not going to sell your data to these type of parties. Okay, that could be one response. That's great. That's the best case scenario. Number two is, oh, damn. I guess we have to make money. So, okay, it's true. Yeah. We're going to sell your information to advertisers, and they could list. We're going to sell to these kind of advertisers, but maybe they're going to say, but not this kind of advertisers. Have a list of people that they're definitely not going to sell, right? So, like sex websites, like the Ashley Madison, right? Is because watch people, they're known for having a little bit of money. Are you going to get an advertisement for ashleymadison.com? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
Right.
No, and I don't know what Ashley Madison is, Tim, because I'm a happily married man. What would I know about?
Okay, good.
So that was close.
So exactly, right? They could carve out websites that they're not going to sell your private information for. That's acceptable. But to just contradict yourself and say, no, this is a lie. We're not going to do it. But we're not going to change anything about this thing. Like, what the? That's not normal. This is shady behavior.
Well, I mean, I think we've asked plenty of times these questions before, and I don't know whether Paul has misunderstood the question or he's or what all I can say is what he said on that stream. He said clearly there is some confusion. I need to speak to the lawyers to come on or whatever and try to rectify it, because I'm being honest with you guys. We have no intention of selling the data. That is pretty much verbatim what he said. Okay. Now, if that's the case, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see if the lawyers will come out and say, "Our bad. We did a copy and paste job on the contract, and here's the new terms and conditions."
Alex, that's it. That's literally exact. That's what I'm talking about. That's what normal people would do, right?
Oh my God, we got Lucha Bennett Mark calling me the mole.
Here we go. His David Brown also says, "Oh, see it. That is exactly what I said when I saw it live. I'm from UK. Drop me the link, please." Okay, hey, I dropped the link. Anybody wants to hop on? Hey, oh, we got David Brown joining us. No way.
I think he's
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Make sure you don't have YouTube playing in the background. Otherwise, you're going to have two audios.
Okay, one sec. One sec.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, I'm going to play the audio clip one more time.
Isn't it strange, right? The people you're referring to today, without mentioning any names, have got a digital watch vault account.
Mm.
So against it, they've got one.
Oh,
that was plural. The people.
That was
the people who have. That's not good. That bit is.
Is that better now?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. We heard you. Okay. Can you hear us?
I'm a bit of a technophobe. Good evening, everyone. I don't know where to start, but I'll start by saying I have no dog in this fight. Okay.
Right. Me neither. I'm just trying to make sure everybody is okay. That maybe if there's going to be a problem, that it could be averted.
I couldn't agree more. I have no dog in this fight, but what I will say is, just by a background, I used to be a lawyer in a huge law firm in London. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Doing litigation work. Okay, one of the biggest law firms in the world. I now work in private equity. You probably know what that is.
Yes.
Yeah. So I now work in private equity, and for a multi-billion pound fund, and one of our funds is a tech fund, and we seed and we invest in tech platforms or companies that are a bit more advanced in their growth phase, and we invest between 50 and 250 million quid. Okay, in tech and business platforms. Now, I think in principle, that this is a great idea. Okay,
right.
But I've raised, and I say I have no dog in this fight. I've raised questions at the beginning with Paul, who and his colleagues, and they've all gone unannounced. Okay, and one of the big red flags for me was I quickly came to the conclusion this soft launch was released far too quickly. I suspect their investors put them under pressure. One of the big red flags was for me is, can I see, or can the watch community see, can we see the details, the CVs, or the general background of the tech guys? Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
So
who's the team?
I'm not very tech savvy.
Right.
But if you're asking people to put delicate information about their watches, some of which will be hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of stuff, more people's cars and houses, they need to have some comfort about that. And all I see is wishy-washy words. So when we look to acquire companies who are tech-based, we want to know the background of the tech people, the coders, the developers, the designers, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's been absolute fucking wall silence. Why?
Right.
This is crazy.
I know. Actually, I have a theory. I have a theory
Tim,
that explains it.
This is basic shit.
Yes.
Great idea. can we
Yes.
please have details in broad terms, not specifics,
Yes.
of the background of the tech guys? Duh. Am I being stupid?
David, I think the thing is, I think there's so much delusion here. There's so much kind of looking forward that I think they might have missed the actual problem with this. And I think it's says I think this might be like the website might be just for show. I don't think it's an actual working functional website. I think it's
Tim,
more
I agree.
for
I
to
agree.
get the money out. Because look at the advertisement based platforms. All of the like YouTube is collapsing because they're not sustainable. Their expenses actually cost more. They outweigh than the operating costs, to operate such a crazy website, right? They can't do it on ads alone.
Yeah.
And I think there might be even bigger problem with their website because this is not the kind of website that's going to be visited all the time. And then operating on ads, this is doomed from the start.
And Tim, it was you and OC that actually put that seed in my mind. I thought, okay, I registered my shit in the Watchful, okay? Bingo. But how are they going to generate revenue? The only time I go back to it is when my watch has been nicked in London, right?
Yeah.
So then I thought, okay, that's fine. I'm on Facebook. I know how they generate revenue. Fine.
Yeah.
They must be selling my shit
Yeah.
to various parties. Fine, but tell me. Now, going back to my first job as a lawyer, I looked at the FAQs, which in and of themselves, they're sort of an idiot guide to the punter who doesn't know the detail. I look at the T's and C's and says, we can sell your data to our affiliates.
Yeah.
Who are those affiliates? My mum? The road sweeper? Right? Who are they? I have no issue with that, but you need to be clear and have some granularity about who you're selling it to. Now, I understand that. I looked through it for about 10 seconds. I thought, okay, I get it. But it conflicts with
and it goes against everything that the vault should be, that it should be secure. But you call it the vault, but then
just pause there. It goes against everything than that which they're saying. Yeah,
it's absurd. It sounds absurd. You tell a normal person who lives a normal life, who's outside the wristwatch world, what the vault is, they're going to laugh in your face.
Tim, I tell you why I wanted to work here, because 18 months ago, I bought an Omega Seamaster 44mm in rose gold and stainless steel and a rubber bracelet, right? Cost me about £11,000 and watches Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
It got robbed from me, yeah? I registered it with the watch register, and I registered it with the Omega register, okay?
Yes.
And if they find it, they'll let me know, right?
Yeah.
So I want it to work because I spent £11,000 on a watch which got robbed from me.
Right.
The insurance company didn't replace it, so I had to buy another one. So I registered it. I want it to work, but for me, I've got I bought another one. I've got a bluesy, right?
Oh, very nice, very nice.
I only waited 6 months for it.
That's not bad.
Was that?
That's not bad. 6 months.
Yeah, and I'm an everyday. I work. I get paid well, but I'm not a footballer or a rapper. I work, have a mortgage, and all the rest of it. So that £11,000 is a lot of money, right?
Yeah,
it's gone. The insurance company says, "Fuck off, we're not paying you." It's gone.
Yeah.
So I want it to work, but for your average guy or woman in the street, I don't want to think it's something that it's not. Tim, I think this has been released at rush. I look at our tech companies we own in private equity.
Yeah.
And before we have a website, we spend millions on research, development, getting a tech team, a marketing team, an admin team, a finance team, all that shit.
Yeah.
Digital Watchful, it's not some little it's a proper thing in principle. It needs to be done properly.
No. Actually, I was just gonna answer to you because when you joined this stream, you said that You said that you think that it's a good idea in principle.
I do.
But David, I think it's even in principle, I think it's a terrible idea.
Tell me why, Tim. Tell me why.
Because it's a solution to a problem that doesn't really exist, and the cost outweigh the benefits. Okay, it's like getting fisted by NSA every time you want to travel overseas, right? The 9/11, the freaking terrorists, they took away the fundamental right of not getting, fucked at the airport. Now all of us have to endure, and so the joy of collecting watches is not keeping records of it, and just inputting data and taking pictures, and it's going to suck all the fun and joy out of it and put all this bureaucracy.
Look, Tim, it's a good comment, and it
pisses me off.
It's credible. What really pisses me off is there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of everyday punters who buy their one watch,
Yeah.
They don't know what you and I know, The Watch Vault, they put all their shit in there without really knowing what the end game is, right?
Right.
And Facebook, they sell my shit to everyone. It's open, it's clear, right? They don't charge me anything. That's I have no problem
they have
with
too
that.
many functions now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I stopped using it a long time ago. It's too complicated for me.
Well, at university, I use it a lot because it's good for university stuff,
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, so but I left it 15 years ago. But when Paul streamed today, I kept sending him a message. I didn't super chat him. I thought, fuck that. And he didn't reply to any. And these were, I followed Paul's channel for 2.5 years when I got back into the watch game properly. I can afford to do it now. And the issue I had was they were reasoned arguments. Tell me about the tech team. I've been saying for a month now, not a word. Why? When we buy tech companies, we want to know about the geeks, the coders, the writers.
Right. Like this would be actually, if this was legitimate, which I don't know if it is or is not. I think I have this crazy theory that Paul is actually getting scammed by someone else who's in the company, and this whole website is just like a little thing for show before it all just blows up.
Yeah, Tim,
I
on
don't
that,
know, but that's just a theory.
I said to Paul when he had his soft launch, he didn't reply to me. I said there are many pieces to this jigsaw.
Hey,
all it requires. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, Vimal has joined. I think his audio is really bad. Just
can you hear me, Tim?
Yeah. Okay. Let's just let David finish.
Yeah, I said very early on when it was released, I said 3 things. I think it's too premature, you releasing it. This is not even a soft launch yet. The website looks a bit homemade, right? Yeah, it looks a bit homemade.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's not worth the money that they paid for it. I mean, like they spent thousands on it, and it's very rudimentary.
We have just, I can't say too much because I'll out myself. We have just acquired a tech-based platform for a business or for a sector. Business began for 2 years, has revenues of about £20 million. It's small. We've invested a load of money. We shut it down, and first thing we're doing is it's an e-commerce website. First thing we've done is rejig the website. Right, that's £1 million before you do anything. It's £1 million.
Yeah,
and that's not for an e-commerce website which you're looking to grow. It's not a lot of money, believe it or not.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And they said we got big investors. I said, who are they? Just don't tell us the name. Just say we have a runway of £10 million in the bank. Right. I suspect this is done on a shoestring, and they're looking to monetize it quicker.
It's so fishy. It's so fishy.
I think they're looking to monetize it quicker than they should do. I want it to work. Of course I do. I've been robbed for my watch, right?
I hope it's working. I hope it works out. Like,
sorry.
honestly, I hope
I'm speaking too much. But I'm quite passionate about. I'm passionate. I love watches, and I'm passionate because I've been robbed of an 11-grand watch.
Right.
No, David, to your point, so I could find just one employee on LinkedIn who works for Digital Watch Vault. There's just one guy who does tech, and the other 4 are They're nothing to do with technology. So either they've outsourced the development to somebody else in a different part of the world, or just one guy put this thing together, which again raises the red flag. How do you manage such a large operation with just one
We
tech stack?
bought a small. We bought a small tech platform, which is not as complicated as the one that DWV is, and we're recruiting for an extra 8 in the tech team, and it's much more simpler
Wow.
platform.
Wow.
My brother, we call him Tim. Right?
Okay.
He has a PhD in computer science from Imperial College London. He's a programmer for the Ministry of Defence in the UK, right? So his credentials, right? He's a bit of a geek, but when he went for that job, they want those credentials, right?
Yes.
And he's got a PhD in computer science from Imperial, and he's now a programmer for what you'd call the FBI. We call it MI5 or the NCA in the UK. And it's a simple question. Just give the broad outline of the tech team. If you say it's my little brother who's 17 at school, who does a bit of programming, that's not going to cut it, right?
I think, David, I've worked in private equity as well in the past.
Okay.
So I understand where you're coming from. I think the question is that if you were looking to invest into a particular firm, you'd be asking the right questions to the right people. Now, I think Paul Thorpe is the public face of this endeavor, and he will admit himself he's not the technical brains behind it.
Exactly.
That's
This
fine,
is
but-
why he's he's a
Fine.
perfect person. If
That's-
this is not a real legitimate thing,
That's
Goes
fine.
back,
Like, if
goes
this-
back to that point, then why didn't he bring on a CTO, right?
it's like
Yeah.
exactly red
Well,
flag right
we've had
there.
the
boom.
CPO. We've had the CPO on this stream before.
C-
Remember,
yeah,
Tim?
but CTO, right? And
Yeah,
he didn't
but
answer
they
everything
were
either.
they
He
didn't
was
have
also
members
not
of the
sure
public
about things.
on the show.
I saw that stream. That chief technology officer, I might be wrong.
Yes.
He didn't strike me when we have our board meetings with our portfolio companies. He didn't strike me as a chief technology officer, as I understand it.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
didn't
you
have
talk-
much confidence in him, right?
You're comparing a CTO of a small startup versus a CTO of, let's say, a Facebook or an IBM or something or other.
Well, we just bought a business with £20 million of the revenues. It's barely breaking even. The CTO there was not, as I understand it, as
I
a
mean,
layman.
I've underwritten credit for private companies, and yeah, the CTO doesn't necessarily have to be a CTO from a Facebook, but it's obviously someone who knows how the technology works, right? Because they are the one who sets up the architect. So once the architect of this product is in place, you can't change it down the road.
Yeah,
So
the
if the
shit starts and stops with them.
Yeah.
Paul's the
Yeah,
front,
this is a big problem for Paul.
it is. Paul's the front man. I get it, but
Yeah,
bring us the people who sit behind the camera.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah. He didn't even do the NFT grift correctly. You know,
No.
his NFTs were not even real NFTs. So this is the kind of people he's hiring, right? He probably, but you know what? I think maybe it's the same guy who made the website for him that made the NFTs, right? Paul has no idea how technology works.
And
So-
the other thing I
And
want
he
to
doesn't
highlight
because
is
no disrespect.
So
His
he
aim-
had someone say like, "I want to do my own NFTs," and whoever he's,
Okay.
it's serious. It's serious business. He's a
and-
serious
and-
guy.
And he was interviewed by Sky, so he travelled to London to Sky. He was fuming because he got a 1 hour 1 minute 30 segment,
Yes.
and he told them it should be an hour segment. I thought you don't understand
Oh
how
my God.
TV production works. They're not
The
going to make an
ego.
hour. They're not going to interview
Yeah.
for an hour.
Nobody has patience to watch you for
David,
an
one
hour.
other point is, do you know which legal firm is backing this? Who are their legal advisors? Because we went through the privacy document yesterday. There was a lot of typos, clearly not come from a tier 1 law firm. They probably would not allow something like that.
Amateurs.
So
Okay. It's not a good sign.
it's not a good sign.
Not a
We
good
don't-
sign.
The co-founder is not trustworthy. We don't know who the CTO is, or they have just one
Another
tech
red
person.
flag. Right.
This
So
is
it's
one-
like red flag, and
This is
then
one-
if you
when we acquire a company, we do a lot of research and we think that's an interesting target. We look at the annual accounts, we see who their lawyers are, who their accountants are, who their auditors are, who their consultants are. So we get an idea about the business and where they are in their growth journey. The watch community, we've got fuck all, nothing, zero.
Yeah.
You know, my father, he's a watch geek, right? He's an
Yeah.
investment banker. His watch collection is probably worth about £250,000. And he went, "Are you mad? Why would I do that? Because I don't know enough. When you buy a house or a flat, you know everything about it, right?
Yeah.
Before you buy it.
No. Well,
And so people in this community, they have watch collections more than people's houses are worth.
oh yeah.
Easily. I've got a small watch collection. My watch collection, you could buy a house in Scotland.
That's a lot of power. You know, that's a very valuable
Exactly.
information.
It is.
And it's
want
very
that watch.
compromising information too. If the wrong people have it, if you disclose too much of your assets, what if some blackmailer gets this? You know, some of these people, you know, they're not necessary. I don't necessarily trust them.
And,
Like,
you know,
for example, like they literally just said, how does this guy know that OC, you know, that OC has an account? Like, somehow he knows it. So,
Tim, I told
what
you,
people have access to this stuff?
Tim, when I watched the live stream, and he said, his mate said, some of these people who criticise us have got accounts with DWF. I was like, I fell off my chair. I fell off.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Is my audio bad?
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Okay. Sorry. They're saying in the chat that it's cutting out. Luchabetic Mark Talks watches $5 super chat. The ultimate irony would be timepiece gentlemen hacking digital watch vault in order to find new clients or victims. Yeah, listen, we know that if timepiece gentlemen didn't make that video that, you know, that he admitted to stealing $5 million, he'd be probably one of the investors.
Yeah. And talking about TPG, I've said it on other platforms. There are hundreds, if not thousands of pounds, hundreds, if not thousands of Frankenstein and fake watches floating about at his hands.
Mm-hmm.
There must be. He
Oh,
spunk
you
£5
know,
million.
you know what else? In the actually, I wanna do the whole react to his video with Roman Sheriff. They talk a lot in there. But one of the things, and this is one of the things that they talk about. Yeah.
Tim, just one thing. Since we
Yes.
have David here, I just wanted to get his view. Tim, can you bring up the Digital Watch Vault website? I just
Yes. Okay.
I mean, I've looked at private companies. One thing you always see in every company site is who the CEO is. If you go to About,
Yeah.
About
on top left, About.
oh, about
Who's the CTO?
Yeah.
Who's the finance
There is
director? Who's the CEO?
nothing's mentioned. You don't know who the CEO is. You don't know who the CTO is. You
Who's
have
the chairman?
no information of who works in this organization.
exactly,
And
right?
that's pretty. David, you've done a lot of rounds. Have you ever seen a company, a startup, which doesn't disclose who the CEO or the CTO is?
This
never
is
come
never.
across.
shady.
And let me tell you, I look at a year, hundreds of tech companies, from tiny ones who are pre-startup, Series A, to those with £200 million worth of turnover. That's why I look at hundreds every year. Do some basic stuff. Who's the chairman? Who's the exec chairman? Who's the CTO? Who's the finance director? Who's in admin? Who's in sales? Who's in marketing?
Speaking of who's who, hey Daniel Katz, welcome to the show. Gatsby, $10 super chat. Timmy, is this for real? The Digital Watch Vault is a clumsy, outdated web front end feeding a database, employing a freely available database structure. The whole thing could be replicated in a couple of days. That's what I'm saying. There's a chance that Paul Thorpe and a bunch of these investors are actually getting scammed by someone higher up the food chain. I don't know, but I don't know. Like,
No, we don't know who.
I'm
it is,
parent.
right?
I'm freaking out if it actually is, because it's all so amateurish.
it is also very mysterious. We don't know who's running the company, who's
Right.
the
There's
real
no
CEO.
exactly. It's all anonymous. So here's the thing. You have to be fully transparent with your information. You have to give them your information, but they won't even tell you who's the CEO. What the fuck?
We're not talking about. We're not talking about a watch vault for my stolen Ray-Bans, right? We're not talking about that.
Yeah.
These are £100, right?
Yep.
We're talking about things that cost tens and hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Yep. It's compromising information. This is a potentially, if this falls into the wrong hands, you're gonna
In
be.
summary, I think they thought about it for a year. They've done an awful lot of work on a shoestring budget, and they thought, "Fuck it, let's just get it out there, and we'll pick it up as we go along." Do you know what I mean?
The technical lead's been hired there for about 2 years, and so it's been going on for quite a while.
No, that's my point. But I think they came a point. They had a board meeting or whatever, and thought, you know what, we're not ready to launch yet. Let's just get it out there, and we'll put the pieces together, and the gaps we'll plug them as we go along.
Yeah.
You know,
So I think this is version.
Sorry?
I've maintained before that this is version 0.1.
Yeah. I mean, if I had have,
I don't think this thing is for real.
If I'd have launched this site with the partners backing, the funds backing, I'd been fired. My boss would say, "What have you done?" I'd been sacked. I'd been taken out the door by security.
No private.
It feels like a parody of a website, guys. I can't.
Yeah, and then David, to your point now, which reputed angel fund is going to touch this, right? No one's going to invest in this. They're not going to get external institutional money backing this up, given the way they've rolled it out. There's no clarity on who owns what, who's running the show. And if it's true that they just have a couple of people behind the tech, how safe is the data? How easy is it going to be to just hack this thing? I'm not saying...
Paul kept saying today and other streams, "Oh, it's in the cloud and blockchain." He has no idea what that means.
Blockchain.
He has no idea what it means.
He was trying to convince people that the data is compartmentalized. So one aspect of a person's information is on one server, and the information for another aspect of that person is on another. But that's not my concern. My concern is where the data goes after they've sold it, because they've made a record and they've exported it for somebody else to use. That's the main concern.
DC Chris, thank you so much for $20 super chat for Roommates Restaurant dinner fund, guys. $40 more to go for the Roommates dinner. Let's keep these super chats going. Happy wife, happy life. Here we go. Gatsby, $5 super chat. CTO, investors, legal team. I seriously doubt that the person who copy pasted the privacy policy graduated high school. It might be. It's just a.
I tell you who I think the investors are.
I shouldn't speculate about this website. This is just because this is embarrassing. I can't believe this is for real. It can't be, right?
Tim and others. I wish I could put it on the screen who I work for and the companies we bought and acquired, and you see the difference from small tech companies to ones with, let's say, 300 million worth of revenue, we're looking to grow. But I can't doubt myself. But let me tell you who I think this is. I do this all day, every day. I think the investors are 3 or 4 people, including Paul, who've put 50, 100 grand in, and they've tried to blag it and tried to wing it. And they're thinking, you know what? Let's fuck it. Let's release it now, monetize it as quickly as we can, and see how we get along.
Well, maybe they also needed to show something to get more investors.
Yeah.
Has anybody been approached to invest into the digital watch vault? How much? I wonder. Can I become an investor? I mean, I don't know. There's some rumors that I heard some numbers been thrown around. How much Paul thought, what kind of stake Paul has in it, how much producer Michael put in. So I heard some numbers. There's been some speculation, but they haven't gotten any serious investment.
Wait,
Like David, like you could have been willing to provide. Correct?
wait,
Do you know what? 100%. I could have put this to our partners and our investment committee team,
Unbelievable.
and
wait.
they would, if they write a check for £5 million,
Holy shit.
they don't even fart. It's nothing.
It's
right?
Paul missed an opportunity of a lifetime. All he had to do is pick up the phone when you were calling him and not be so sus. This is the irony. Is it's just
Yeah, if we write a check for £5 million, that's pennies.
yeah,
Literally pennies.
it's
And this
nothing in the
website-
great scheme of things. Yeah,
Yeah. Not me personally, right?
yeah.
But-
you gain nothing. I mean, you just pick the right companies,
if
which
I-
companies to back.
If I presented this as it is today to our investment committee and said this is a great idea, I think they can have 2-3 million clients in the vault. Yeah. Let's invest 10-15 million quid as Series A, Series B funding, and if they signed it off, and if they were where we are today, I'd have been fired like that. Like that. I've been walked out of the office, security pass, phone, gone, bye. I think, I'm sorry, Tim. I think it's a great idea, but it's all a bit.
I think it's an awful idea, personally. But that's just me personally.
What do you not like about the fact?
I don't like, because I'll tell you why. Because it puts the incentives to have more watch crime. Because think about it. It's in a sick, twisted way. This website secretly would hope for more wristwatch crime to be out there. There will be no reason to actually stop wristwatch crime, because if wristwatch crime ceased to exist, a website like this would lose its purpose. That's why I think this is dumb.
But my watches are registered with the watch register, and my Amigas they have a watch register. They're not saying they're going to cut crime or reduce or eliminate crime. But my Amiga got nicked. If someone goes to a shop, they run the numbers, take it out of the back, and they call the police, and I get my watch back. What's wrong with that?
No,
Tim,
I think this is a
lot
great
of
idea.
legal. You're getting into a lot of legal issues. Omega, a watch seller, can't be a police enforcer of wristwatches. They're not the police. And the thing is, you're running into a lot of international ownership rules and laws. You can't just fucking, if you bought a stolen watch and you didn't know it, and then you wear it for 10 years and then somehow fucking Rolex says it's stolen. But actually, it wasn't stolen. Actually, a guy at a company can just manipulate data and just check it, stolen. And the watch was actually not. And then how would you prove it to that Rolex guy who changed the number? I mean, it puts incentives in all kinds of weird places.
No, but Tim, I think this registry is a great idea. Just that the people associated with it are wrong. If this was set up by someone who's got multiple startup experiences, they've exited companies in the past, this is backing by large VCs, private equity firms, and maybe a couple of the big brands sign on to it and say, you know what, we like this idea, we are vouching for it, and eventually we're going to partner with this particular company. I'm not talking about digital watch world, but a concept like a digital watch world. And I think there is a real use case for it in real life. I just that it's being tainted by the people who are currently behind this particular idea. So
it's really tainted.
Sorry, go on. If they get it right, they'll make millions. And I have no dog in this fight. If they get it right, but my fear is they're going to make as much money as possible in the shortest time. And if it all goes fuck.
But that money will come as a product of crime. Money, and this money could be better used to actually fight the actual causes of crime and not profit on the fact that this crime exists. It's
the
incentives are all fucked up.
No, I agree.
This is why I don't like the principle of this thing. As a thing, okay, it's
No,
it's
I
fine.
like the idea. I just don't like the people behind it because
Look, there must be some traction in it, because if you believe what's being told, Paul said today they've already signed up 400,000 people. That's a lot for us.
No,
No.
400. Come on.
That's what he
No,
said.
no.
Tim,
Whoa, what?
That's what he said. I have no idea if it's correct.
No,
Wow.
400 people, maybe.
400,000.
No, 400. I bet there's no
I
way more than 400 people signed up for this thing. I opened the website. It's painful. It's painful to look at. Like,
David,
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
I think they've probably got some guys to like populate useless data on it, so
They
that they
said
can show they have
400,000
400 sign-ups,
people.
and then
They said they've had
pull
400,000
some.
people put their watches in the vault. I promise you. They said they're so busy they can't cope, and Paul was interviewing this afternoon for 3 extra staff. That's what they said.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. I mean,
it's just.
yeah,
No,
because if
no,
it's 400, I mean, there'll be angel funds knocking down their door right now.
By the way,
hand over
I doubt
$1 million
400,000 people. I agree. I doubt 400,000 people put their watches in there. But that's what was being told on the
Yeah.
website today.
So I'm guessing what they're doing is they're getting people to create dummy profiles so that they can show they have the numbers, right?
No,
If
That
you're
takes
going
a lot
for
of
an
work.
external investor.
that seems unrealistic. I can't have that number. It's guys. That
No,
number
but
has
you
to be
can
seriously
you
checked.
can
I
find, you
doubt
can
that
get
this was said. This
Oh,
is
Tim,
misinformation
Tim.
beyond. It's too much. It's too much.
Tim, no,
400,000.
I agree with you. Tim, I thought 400,000 people in a month. No fucking way. That's what must be said on the website. So that's what, on the stream. That's what.
No, I want the screenshot. I want to see screenshot. I don't believe it. It's outrageous.
They're so busy they can't cope with the traffic and the registrations. They're interviewing people today. Extra
Daniel,
staff.
do you believe this? Oh, you're no sound. You're muted, Daniel. You muted yourself.
I muted myself. David, I just meeting you for the first time. Very impressed with what you have to share.
Good evening,
Tim, unfortunately, I know Tim also. No, I'm just joking. What I want to say is you guys saved me from registering my Steinhardt.
Actually, Daniel, put the Steinhardt in. I hope it get the information compromised. I hate that watch. If somebody wants to steal it, you may have it. There you go.
It's a nice watch. It's a nice watch.
Do you know, I said in Paul's stream, I said, Paul, you're a YouTuber. You're launching something which is massive. You put your head above the parapet, right?
He has no idea what he's walking into.
It's going to get shot
He's
at.
above. He's completely out of his weight class.
Yeah. When Apple launch a product, right,
Yeah.
and it doesn't work as it should, they realise they put the head above the parapet. They're going to get shot at, right? Any business, lighters, right?
Yep.
I've got a new lighter. It's shit. It's clipper. It's sold 10 billion clippers a year across the world. This clipper doesn't work. They accept. They're going to get criticism. Paul thinks he's immune from it.
Right. When he
madness.
gets criticism, he says that these are attacks.
They're not attacks.
They're not attacks.
I've got a
We're
new Apple
talking about
iPhone.
the problem that people are having, and people are expressing this problem. The answer is not to blame the people who are saying it. It's to fix, the product.
Exactly. I've got a brand new Apple iPhone 15 Pro. There's all sorts of issues with it, yeah? You go to the forums, Apple getting slated. You know what they do?
Yeah.
They don't say you're attacking me. They say, oh, shit, we'll fix it.
Fix it.
This is Apple. They have more money than the US government, right? They don't say, oh, you're attacking us. We're a great company.
You're attacking us. You're suppressing our freedom. This is libelous. It's libelous.
Exactly. They say, oh, yeah, okay. Thanks.
Is Daniel Katz libelous? Is that the face of a libel? I mean, is this the face that can libel you?
No.
See,
I guess
that's not the face of someone who would
and you know what? And you know what? If Larry David realized in the character of Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm, If his wife yells at him for being bad at the girls that were asking for trick or treat on Halloween, and he refused to give them anything, he might realize he made a mistake and try to correct it.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, but Paul Thorpe, he is so determined.
I said,
He's so
Paul,
on the track. He's so stubborn in
I
his
said,
way.
Paul, you are not beyond criticism. Apple aren't, BMW aren't, Mercedes aren't. They get criticism and they deal with it.
Yeah,
He
just
thinks
grow
that
up.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
If you're gonna run an international company, you should be able to take a little bit of international criticism.
Yeah, and David, that's the point, right? If they had 400,000, would they be wasting time responding to Tim? Probably.
Then it's waste of time, and it doesn't matter.
That's a very good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Then
so
what we
it's
say,
very evident they don't have the numbers, and they probably seeing a drop off in signups after Tim started.
This is we're probably doing the most promotion that company is going to ever get because it's fucking boring. It's boring. It's boring stuff. We're at least making it fun. We're making it sound more insidious than it actually is. It's like a boogeyman. People are gonna go to sign up to Digital Watch Vault as a dare. Like, fucking dare you, man. Do it.
Tim, let me ask you a question.
It's like the scary thing to do.
Tim, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's a bad idea me registering my watches with the watch register?
It's a Jackass. It's gonna be on Jackass. Yo, Stevie-O, don't do it. Don't sign up your watch on the Digital Watch Vault. I'll fucking do it, man.
Tim, in seriousness, do you think it's a bad idea with me logging my watches with the watch register? Why is that a bad idea?
It's a bad idea because it's such a waste of time. You should be doing that time going outside and hugging a tree.
David,
I
you'll soon find out.
Look at the bureaucratic nightmare. Is this how you want to spend your Friday afternoon? Not me.
Yeah, but the watch register it took me 3-4 minutes.
Yeah. See, that's a lot.
But Tim, you're right.
Speaking of giving people service, I'm taking hours to answer these super chats.
Sorry.
DCNLV, thank you so much for being a member for 27 months. Thank you to the thank you to the great panel and to Timmy for informing us. I didn't think the community wants to be the guinea pig for the due diligence that clearly has not been done on the Digital Watch Vault. Thank you. Well, it's the blatant contradiction. Hey, roommate, what's up?
Hey, roommate.
Voice lower. Okay, I'll be quiet. All right.
It's me. Tell her I'll try to be
Daniel
quieter.
Katz. I'll tell him. Keep it down, Daniel.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to keep it down.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare, $2 super chat. Digital Chop Shop coming soon. Yeah, it's where pigs go to get slaughtered. It's like, I hate all this beta behavior too. You should just Paul Thorpe telling me that he just gave up and he just accepts all of these terms of service. Every time I see terms of service, I just want to fucking smash the object that's asking me to accept the terms of service. I had it up to here with all these companies violating our privacy information. It's fucked up. I think I'm sick and tired of it.
It's their toy. It's their rules. It's your choice.
I'm sick. Do we have to accept it? Do we just have to get beaten down into submission and just do what we're told? Is this how you guys want to be?
That's
not how I want to live my life. I want to be proud.
You don't have to use it. That's free will, right? If you don't like it, you don't have to use it. But what we're trying to highlight here is they're saying one thing and they're doing something completely different. So
yeah, they're taking people for monks.
Yeah,
and I don't like that. I really
they're taking us for idiots.
Yeah, they think we're imbeciles, and I don't like that. And there are a lot of them. There are a lot of imbeciles about.
Yeah.
5 years ago, before I could become really into watch, I could afford them. I was one of those imbeciles. I was one.
Yeah.
I'm not anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Well, me neither. I've had it with
I suspect they'll make a few quid, or as I say in the US, they'll make a few dollars, and then it will go boom. We've got our
I
money.
don't think they're gonna make anything. This is a big waste of money, and they're not realizing it yet because they're still in that denial phase where they think it's going to work. But I think they didn't underestimate. I think they underestimated how lazy other people are.
Yeah. And
Gatsby, $5 super chat. What would anyone invest in the digital watch wall? They have nothing of value. No proprietary tech, no partnerships. Any junior developer could could can an online database. All right, come on, it's too much truth.
I asked once. I said, Paul, and is it the other guy who's head of marketing? Is it called D? D, head of marketing.
Yeah, D.
I said, I a one-line question. Can you please tell me? Can you please tell me? Oh, I can't remember.
I'm drinking
It'll come
some
back to me.
English tea to my British friends.
I'm
Cheers.
drinking some French red wine, white wine.
Yeah, and what is it? Is it private? You can't tell me what the. No, it's okay. It looks like nice white wine anyway.
I told the roommate to make me the tea I bought
Yeah,
in
yeah.
London.
Nice,
So
nice. Oh my!
that's what this
Ooh,
very, oh,
ouch!
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Go
it's
to-
exquisite,
Okay.
sir.
Okay,
Decent up. Some
good
decent
taste.
up.
Good taste.
Oh yeah, sorry. So D, he's the head of marketing, right?
Yeah.
We buy a company and we change the management team very often.
Mhm.
Now I'm sure D's a lovely guy, but I wouldn't have him as the head of marketing for this sort of business. Does that make
Yes.
sense? I'm sure he's a lovely guy.
He should stick to his specialty, cheap brands. Brody, $5 super chat. If Daniel and Tim each left their respective Steinhardts and Grossmans on the park bench, only the Grossman would still be there next morning. Ooh, well, that's exactly. I want my watch so that I could leave it, come back next day, and it's still there for me. I want nobody to understand it except me. That's it. That's exactly.
All right. Okay.
It's the secret. It's a secret watch. Okay.
Do I drink the Kool-Aid? Okay, maybe I will.
Drink the Kool-Aid, Daniel?
Can I ask you all a question?
Yes.
Who watched the stream this morning or in the UK time, this afternoon in the UK time? Who watched?
I watched it. I'm banned in the chat. There's no freedom of speech over there.
Okay, so I watched it, yeah, and then I had to go to work, right?
Yeah.
I paused it. I came back to it 3 hours later to resume the live feed.
Yes.
To pick up where I left from, and it says this video is not available. However, you have to subscribe and pay me £5 a month. I went, what?
Right.
Yeah, that's changed now, David. That's actually no longer the case.
I wonder
Okay.
why. Maybe because
So
he
he
got a
made-
lot of complaints. Because he was trying to monetize the answers to
But no, I was
these
fuming
questions.
because I paused it. I thought, you know what? I've got to do some work now, right? I'll come back to it later.
Yeah, but Tim
Yeah.
Tim does that with his videos as well. So you know,
Sometimes, you know what? I did it for Paul Thorpe's sake. I regret making that stream members only now because it was my olive branch saying like, you know what? I'll give you another chance. Maybe we can have a talk. And then he came out with this Q&A where he just completely torched me. So I was like, okay, you know what?
And I said to Paul 3 weeks ago, I want to help you. I have
Yeah.
no dog in this fight. I can give you the details of my bosses and partners in the PE firm who do this shit all day, every day for the last 30 years. Who can help you. They want nothing back. They might want to invest ultimately because in principle they thought it was a good idea. And he blanked me.
Wow.
You know, we have £2 billion worth of money. We have our tech.
I
fund,
wonder why. Because
we
maybe
have
the whole thing is not even.
David, that's a very good point. So, do you think it's because they don't want someone professional looking through the docs?
Yeah, because
Maybe he didn't want any professionals looking in there.
Yeah.
And to that
Professionals
point,
might.
right? Tim's Tim's been going after this for a couple of days now. As a lawyer yourself, if you had a company and there's some third-party guy on YouTube making videos alleging this product has issues, would you or would you not issue a cease and desist by now?
Oh shit! Against me? No, come on.
Yeah, no. If there was legitimate
Did you do
reasons
that?
for them to protect the business, they would try
I
and
didn't
protect
say
them. They would.
anything like
The
bad
reason they
about.
haven't
Well, I'm
they
not
haven't done
deserving
it
of
is
cease and desist. Come
there's a
on,
reason, Tim. There's a reason because they
really?
probably don't know what to object to
Hey,
what you're saying, right? They
hey,
have to
So
find something objectionable to what you're raising here for
right?
them to issue a cease and desist. So there's probably a reason why they're not doing it. But
Hey.
uh,
any other
I'll-
professional company would have probably done it by now if they're trying to protect their launch.
I would
Wow.
add, David. I would add, David, that your good intentions from their POV was calling their bluff unintentionally.
Okay, look,
You were
I'm
called.
starting to.
That's what it
Don't
was.
send me cease and desist. I don't want no cease and desist. So
Uh-huh.
after today, I'm not gonna talk. I'm gonna take a pause. I'm not gonna talk about the digital watch vault. Okay, let's just wait. Let's just hold on with the cease and desist. I'm gonna take a little break. The thing is gonna blow up anyways, in my opinion. It's just my opinion, and there's going to be eggs on a lot of people's faces, and I just, you know what? I just want there to be a record, right, of who was on the right side of this thing and who was on the wrong. Okay, so that I don't want the people, who are going to come out of this, to come out with their reputation intact. It's
and striking off Barroso. There's plenty of room for more than one.
we're not even talking about it. It's a completely unrelated company, and we didn't even. I haven't spoken with the representative of Barossa live on the stream. Right, there were some lies and rumors spread on like some certain platforms. Right, but we didn't. I didn't answer. I don't know the answers, but the CEO or someone who's doing marketing didn't come on some live stream and said one thing where there's terms of agreement were different. See, Paul thinks that we're having problem with terms of agreement. We're not having problems with the terms of service, right? We're having problem with that it's different. The terms of service are different from what he's saying. He goes out publicly and he says, we're not going to be selling this information. That's not true. You're lying in a way. That's what people are having problem. I think there's a lot of people who completely given up, their masculinity, and they're just going to take every terms of service. They're just, I'm such a beta. I'm just going to accept these outrageous terms of agreement that they're going to violate your privacy. Right, and people are just so used to being violated, they'll accept anything.
Tim, be
It's
fair, right?
pathetic.
Tim, be fair. You've got an internet connection and an internet provider, right?
Yeah.
When you signed up, did you read the T's and C's? You didn't. No one does. You've got an iPhone with a contract. Did
Yeah.
you read the T's and C's and sign up? You press accept. Yeah, of course you do.
That's what.
Not everything. No, I don't. I choose not to share my health data. I choose
Okay, yeah.
not to
Yeah,
have Siri. I choose not to send information so that they can better fix their bullshit in the background. I say no to all of that.
Okay, but you know what I mean.
No, I don't say
No, wait. Can I rectify here, Tim? What David means is not that stuff, but the boilerplate, boring stuff in the small letters.
No, but there's
that
people
no
who
one
say
reads.
yes to everything, Daniel. There's just
I'm the guilty
these
party.
pushovers that will
Yes,
just say to anything. They just follow all the orders. And
that's
I'm
me.
calling
I'm
it
too.
out, guys.
I'm too bored to read the
Yeah.
boilerplate stuff.
Don't just follow orders, Daniel. Don't be a pawn in other people's games.
I like you. I've got electric, gas, and water. I start with my electric company, my gas company, my water company. Do you accept the terms and conditions? If I say no, they're telling me to fuck off. Right?
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if my electric, if I say I do not agree to the terms and conditions, they'll say, well, David, you have no electric. Right? I need
But
electric.
it's a mandatory service.
I like electric.
Leporello, £5 super chat. Thank you, Leporello. It's a very cheap startup gamble. It's a startup gamble with most likely the hope of a major takeover early on. Oh, it's a great idea. This is a great guess. Leporello is onto something, right? It's a cheap startup gamble. It's a gamble. Maybe they're looking for some sucker to buy it. I don't know. And overpay for it.
All startups, Series A, they're all gambles.
Yeah, I mean, all of these startups, all the startups, a lot of the stuff is truly a gamble. But this is really a gamble. This is as gambling as close to as close to gambling as probably legally possible. I mean, this is
red or black. Red or black.
this has like less than 1% chance of succeeding.
I think it's a gamble without any side of consideration.
What do you think, guys, are the percentages? Okay, let's put in the chat. What do you think is the percent that this will be successful? That digital watch vault will be a legitimate bit in 3 or 5 years. It's gonna be exactly like Paul Thorpe is saying. Every watch will be secured. Every single wristwatch on your wrist will be secured in the digital watch vault. The crime will be over. There's going to be no more fear of getting your watch jacked, because if it is jacked, if someone just comes and chops your hand off and takes your wrist from your bleeding arm, right? If they take the wristwatch, guess what? It's going to become zero value.
Well,
we know the answer to that. Sorry, David.
I think they'll make money, and then you won't hear of them again. They'll get their money, they'll make a few quid, and then but it won't be as big as I think it is. They'll make money. That's my view.
I don't know. I think this watch is too dependent on wristwatch crime, and I don't know how long wristwatch crime is going to be in the business. Well, Leporello, thank you so much for the £5 super chat. It is a very cheap startup gamble with most likely the hope of a major takeover early on. Digital Watch World IPO, NASDAQ 2025, 6 old-timers with youthful exuberance.
Not a fucking
old-timers with youthful exuberance. Yeah, I think you got an accurate read.
We know the answer to that particular
Leporello
question.
is smarter than I am. Let's just put it
that
way.
Go on. What's the answer?
Well, Paul himself has said it's not going to stop all watch crime. So the next question should be, what metrics are you going to be using to determine whether or not your digital watch vault is effective? We've asked them questions in the past about, how much watch crime there is and what is the current rate of return of stolen watches to people. No answer on that part. So if they don't answer beforehand, they can say, oh, look, we've returned all these watches in the meantime. But if they haven't told us what it was before the launch of Digital Watch Vault, it may be absolutely nothing to do with this Digital Watch Vault. It may be just,
I found it at the bus stop. I found the bus stop and handed it to the police.
Excuse me, sir, is this your Casio G-Shock?
Yeah. Sorry, I remember now. The biggest blag is that we are wired into the police national computer. Not a fucking chance. This will not be wired into the police computers across the world. I'm sorry. I'm going to be brave now. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard since my mum telling me Father Christmas is real. Right?
But he is real.
You can't wire this. No police force in England or the US will allow the system to be linked up. Do you agree? You agree?
Well, you're talking about You're talking about civil service in the United Kingdom, which is notoriously bad at talking to each other, let alone different countries. No, but they're not going to give access to a private company. There's no way they're going to let a private company access that kind of information.
Tim, will that work in the UK? That will never work. What about the US? I don't know.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't think so.
In the UK, that will never work, will it?
Not with the
US.
private.
that
But we
sounds
are.
good in your head. It sounds good on paper, but
Yep.
when you really think about it, when you get to the brass tacks, you realize, wow, this is really dumb. Gatsby $5 super chat. People watch too much TV. What lawyer is going to issue a cease and desist letter to a journalist giving a review in USA? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
Tim, you're not a journalist, so just don't get carried away by
I am
it.
a journalist. Yeah,
No,
actually, in the
you,
United
you,
States, I am a journalist.
You're
That's
considered a
First
journalist.
Amendment,
you
bitch.
You're considered.
No, am not even considered. You don't have to put am. This is what I didn't take myself seriously in the past, but then I realized, yo, First Amendment. That's what you get in the United States.
no, yeah, but First Amendment doesn't cover defamation.
No. It's no. There's no defamation. We're talking. There's no defamation.
No,
I'm not
I'm not saying
attacking
you are.
anyone.
I'm not saying you're
I'm not
doing
trying.
it.
We're not
No,
trying to
just
defame anyone.
don't lose track. Don't lose track. I'm
No,
not saying
I'm
you're
not
doing
exactly. See, I
Yeah,
would
I'm not.
never like. I
Yeah.
I don't think everything I've done,
No,
even
but
with the
I'm
timepiece
just
gentleman.
responding to
See,
Gatsby's argument saying you're a
see, you know
journalist. I'm
what?
just
The
saying don't get
criticism
carried
I
away by
got
that.
with the timepiece gentleman, right? A lot of people wanted me to outright just attack the guy. But I was actually very careful. I wanted to, I didn't want to accuse him of anything to start with. I wanted to wait and him to say those things himself so that I can then, repeat. You have to be very careful with defamation, right?
Yeah.
And I understand it more than anyone because listen, I get slandered, I get smeared on other channels. There's people who love smearing me, and the more power to them. If they're having fun doing it, that's all fine. That's all cool. I don't mind it, right? But I have never smeared, and what I do should not be confused with the smear because we're talking facts here, and we're talking facts, and based on those facts, we speculate some stuff.
Yeah. No,
Because
and you're right, and that was my point. You're stating facts, so they can't come after you for anything because all you're doing
exactly,
is just highlighting laying out the facts for everyone. You're highlighting the discrepancy between the FAQs and the terms and policies, and the fact that they don't have an answer or an explanation for why that's the case.
and that their explanations don't hold water. That just believe us just because. What? I mean, so I have to show because maybe they don't understand it. It's possible they're so excited about this project that they're
Yeah.
not seeing a
Yeah.
bigger picture. They've got that tunnel vision,
Yep.
the
Yep.
tunnel, and they're just going down the tunnel, and they're missing all the red flags that are going past them. And this might not end well for everyone.
My speculation is they're not running the company. They're probably being paid to market the company.
Yeah.
So
Can I ask you a
that's why
question?
they're so hyper about doing these
Who-
shows.
who
They're
has
not the
their
CEOs.
watch?
They're not the CMOs. They're not the CTOs.
And they won't say who CEO is.
Yeah.
And that's weird. That's fucking weird.
It's
Yeah.
Anthony Farah.
What?
He's going to get
Imagine.
all those names.
Imagine.
He's going to sell the data, and he's going to make everyone whole. That's what it is.
Maybe
Can I
that's
ask you a question?
where the $5 million went. It was invested into. See, because we don't know. But all these people were all related, and we're doing business together with each other. So, I mean, you can't stop people from speculating that there is a connection. And these guys done a
you're right.
lot of
Yeah,
business and benefited from each other. And so when there is a benefit, okay, and then when there comes a cost, like it is coming now, because there's a connection, you guys were related. So you can't take the good and then hate the bad.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Does anyone here have their watch in the vault currently? Anybody?
Stolen?
No. Does anyone have their watch in the vault?
Oh, no, I'm too lazy.
Okay, me too.
Yeah, I would not. How many? If Paul Thorpe is watching or listening, how many watches did he put in the digital watch vault? Because if he put more than 2 watches, I've got a chicken to sell you. There's no way he put his entire collection into digital watch vault, and he's the face. Gatsby, thank you so much
Wait a
for
minute.
a $5 super chat. He says people watch too much TV. What lawyer is going to issue a cease and desist letter to a journalist giving a review in USA? Are you kidding me? Exactly. There's no cease and desist. Gatsby, $5 super chat. For fuck's sake, this is not defamation. Defamation requires proof of a lie causing actual financial damage delivered with malice. Sleep easy, Tim. Exactly. It requires a proof of deliberate malice. There's no malice here, or actual financial damage. Which
in the
how the hell?
UK we have exactly the same definition, but we have one more sentence. It says it must cause substantial harm.
Yeah, and then also proof of a lie. What lie? I'm pointing out facts. I'm literally bringing up their stuff and pointing it back at them and saying, "Are you guys listening to yourself? Are they? Are they like they say a lot of things, but do they actually understand what they're saying?" And I think maybe not.
Look, at the end of the day, Paul is a key cornerstone investor. I suspect because he's stubborn, he will keep spaffing lots of money to prove a point. He's a very wealthy man. I suspect he'll keep spaffing money, putting good money after bad, just to prove a point. And that's fine. It's his money. It's not my money. But I think
Right.
he will spaff a lot of money to prove everyone wrong. But investors, VC private equity investors, as the site is today, as the proposition is today, they won't touch it with a barge pole. What they might do is say, do you know what? Here's £500,000. Fuck off. We'll do it ourselves. We'll take it all over. And that'll be a different proposition.
What's fundamental? What would need to change to make it a more viable proposition?
In terms of what?
Well, I mean, you've made a summary on your position based on what you understand of it today.
Yeah.
But it's a numerous things. So presumably transparency in terms of who's on the board.
Transparency, clarity, granularity, and that's it. And in terms of the way the site looks, it can be made much more simpler and cleaner. Much more simpler and cleaner. I've got the attention span of that, right? And it blew my mind. But in answer to your question, transparency, clarity. I don't mind websites making money from me. It costs me nothing. But I'm not logging my iPhone. I'm logging a 10, 20 grand watch. This is big stuff. Big stuff.
Well,
Right?
I'd add one more. David, I know nothing, but I would add one more.
Yep.
Some form of reviews from somewhere. Reviews about the site from somewhere.
Yep. Paul will say, "Oh, it's too early. It's too early to get back there. It's too early."
I'm looking for reviews from Tim Wright. That's what I'm looking for.
Tim and I disagree, right? Tim and I clearly disagree.
Yeah.
I think in principle it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Right.
I've got no dog in this fight. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I hear you. But Tim said something about that he's got a chicken to sell if we back. He says,
Yeah.
I got a chicken to sell you. Well, Tim, I have a problem there. It's got to be free range.
Well, where am I supposed to get that? You know they don't make those anymore, Daniel.
Oh.
No, Tim, they do. Come to Waitrose.
Waitrose. Where is that?
It's a
posh supermarket.
Oh, okay.
Or Marks
It's
and Spencer.
Slightly cheaper than Whole Foods.
Luchabetic Mark Tux watches. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. To be perfectly honest, Tim gets smeared on his own show. That's right. I get smeared everywhere.
What does it say? What does it say in your passport as a profession? Does it say journalist? Does it say sad, lonely?
Sad, lonely individual who has nothing to live for.
Is that?
Did you watch
what it right? That was quite an accusation that Paul levied. I mean,
did you watch BQ Watches? Did you watch BQ Watches last night?
Yes. Well, yes, I did.
This bored my piss. So they're going to run a poll. Should Spencer tell what happened to the real story with O'Sheen? Yes, or should he leave it alone? Right. That was the poll, and Gavin, his right hand man, said, "Yeah, all proceeds will go to a charity, and it will go to charity of Alcoholics Anonymous." And Kaylee, who works for Spencer, said, "That's a great idea. I thought that was a bad, cheap, tacky shot. That was uncalled for."
It's
Believable.
unbelievable.
And I
Like,
thought, what the fuck?
Well, they don't speak for Spencer, so I don't think Spencer would ever.
Well, no, Katie does. She's
yeah, I think
she's employed by
actually,
him, and Gavin does. Gavin works
no,
for him.
Yeah, that's hearsay though. So it's.
No, I saw it. No, look at it. It's on the on their thing last night.
Yes,
It's not his.
but
I watched it with my own eyes.
I don't think
Queen
Spencer.
of Brighton, thank you so much for $20 super chat. You're only doing this for super chats. That's what they say. Kevin, thank you so much for being member for 24 months. Daniel Katz, please, can you recap what's going on?
No, after 5 Cosmos, okay?
Yeah, but see,
Maybe.
this goes to the whole thing, this image that Paul has created. Look, I love Paul. I love Paul. I enjoy his bullshit, you know. But like, he created this image that he's a really classy guy, you know, he's like this gentleman. And it's like, come on, people give him way more credit than he deserves. Like, I mean, I like going along with it because I find it funny, you know, in like an ironic way. But like, come on, seriously?
All I want everyone across the world to go into this DWV with their eyes open. Is that fair enough?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That's it.
Yeah, but if I go, Tim is witness. Even if I go with my eyes open, I walk blind, Dave. I walk blind right into telephone poles in Miami. But thank you, David. Thanks for that advice.
David, I had a question for you.
Yes.
In your professional experience as an investor, as a lawyer, what do you think are the top 3 things that you would want DWV to change tomorrow that will put you at ease? 3 things.
Let me
as an
think about
investor.
that. Someone, everyone else go first. Let me think about it.
Well,
Can
we
you ask
sort of
that
covered-
question again?
We've asked that. We've sort of covered that. Transparency.
No, but 3 specific actions that they can take, right?
Oh.
Transparency is pretty vague here because there's a lot of things that they need to do to fix
Okay,
it.
you
but
know-
3 things that
If I was working for my firm, acquiring this business or acquiring interest in this business, you know what I'd say is we can get rid of all this noise and all this bollocks. Just say, everyone, £50 a year. That's it. And that provides some clarity. We won't sell your shit to anyone, but we won't harvest your data. 50 quid a year. I would pay £50 a year to have my watches on there. On the basis it's not, my data's not sold. If you've got 2 million people at 50 quid, that's a lot of money. And £50 is nothing, or $50, it's nothing. So that would quell everyone's concerns and fears about data leakage and harvesting. If you're paying
It would make actually sense. It would make actual sense.
£1 a week,
because
$1 a week,
yeah,
$1 a week.
yeah, and it would make sense because you know, what does a vault do? It keeps information from getting hacked. But here it's like this is a vault that actually sells your information to everyone. Like it's got priorities are all twisted.
You know, it's on the blockchain. It can't get hacked. For fuck's sake, I bank with NatWest. It gets hacked every day.
Also, it has the right incentives, because when you have a company that relies on, you know, harvesting data and then selling that data to some people, then what are they going to do? They're going to spend most of their time, you know, looking through your data, like, I don't know, combing through it, getting some specific details, right? They'll be busy working your data instead of protecting it, right?
But you
The
know, like,
incentive structure.
NatWest Bank, Barclays Bank, Chase Bank, they employ hundreds of ethical hackers, and their job is to hack the mainframe of the bank.
Yes.
If they can hack the mainframe of the bank, or of the Pentagon, or of MI5 in the UK, or NCA in the UK, they can hack this site. I promise you. Do you agree, Alex?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
They hack the police national computer. They employ hundreds of ethical factors. Find us the holes in this whole piece and tell us where you should plug the gaps. They can hack, let's say, the Pentagon. They can hack Buckingham Palace.
Yeah.
They can hack this site, I promise you.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm hacked
Easy.
every day. They stole my credit card information 2 weeks ago. Stole $800. The sons of bitches. And that's Capital One. That's a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that they hacked.
I banked with NatWest. Went to the
Exactly.
bank.
So if they're busy
Get
selling
money.
advertisements, they're not busy continuing to try and improve security of this website. It's the incentives that this website is just going to sit there until it gets hacked. It's not if, it's when. It's just a sitting duck.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The last week, did you have the chief technology officer on your stream from TWF? Did you not have the tech guy?
I did.
Yeah.
Am I correct about that?
Yep. It was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever it was. Okay. And I found him a lovely, lovely guy, but
really cool guy, Steve.
Is that his name? But the idea, and Paul keeps saying it, Paul he doesn't know what blockchain is. He thinks the cloud is the cloud. The cloud is a server.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's not in the cloud. It's sitting in a physical machine, right?
It's a fancy name for that boring machine.
Yeah, I mean, there's 18-year-olds who hacked the Pentagon system, right? That the most secure system probably in the world. It can be hacked. Banks.
Yeah,
secure.
And then who knows where they have it, because in the privacy policy it says they could have it anywhere in the world.
Oh, that's it. I've said where are the servers located? Not just me, dozens of other people. I saw it on the stream. Fuck all. No reply.
It's red flag. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's so many red flags. And then when something happens, people are going to say, well, how come, Tim, you were silent when your buddy, Paul Thorpe, was doing this thing? Why didn't you warn everybody and warn him and warn yourself? Why were you? And what's going to be my answer? Because I was beta. I was a beta soy. I didn't have the balls to tell the truth, how it seems to be. What would be my excuse? I don't know.
Alex, what do you think?
Sorry, I just tuned out. I was just on the chat. What was that?
What do you think about the security of the site? I said you can hack the Pentagon, Barclays Bank, DVLA.
As soon as it becomes worth hacking, it will be hacked.
Everything is hackable.
Yeah. But Paul said no, it's in the cloud.
Oh, if it's in the cloud, then.
If
that's it makes it unhackable. I think that, you know what? That answers my question.
Do you all want it to work?
I listen.
Yes.
I don't mind if it works. I'll be extremely happy for Paul. I'll be ecstatic. Because it's something that I mean, every instinct that I've ever had is telling me that this thing is not going to work. But if it works, I'm going to have renewed faith in humanity. I'm going to think, you know what, the people, you know what, they really can put their mind to something and make it happen, because I saw Paul Thorpe do it.
And I said
okay.
So go on. Sorry.
No. I'm just going to say that this has been fun, but I think I need a break. I don't have vertigo, but I'm feeling a bit cloudy up here. So I'm gonna go. Nice to see you, Tim. Nice to see you, David. Everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, Daniel, take care.
Bye bye.
See you later. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. Uh,
It will work because Rowan is backing it like a motherfucker.
Proof of my beer claims made. Why hack it? If only info will be your name and watch you own. Well, there
No,
might be
they,
more.
I mean,
There
they got
might
your
be
email,
more.
they
I
got your
mean,
phone
serial
number.
number is important information. You could also
But you
can
can't.
also use it to change a stolen watch to a
Yeah.
not stolen watch. You can hack it for all kinds of nefarious reasons. For
No,
example, you
you
can
can.
have a watch that was stolen. You can hack it, change the number, and then get that watch sold. There's like without people at the digital watch vault knowing even. I don't know. I mean, there's creative ways. When there's means, there's ways. Where there's will, there's they
Yeah,
could be done.
I mean,
Anything and everything can be done.
all you need is your name and cell phone number, and you
Yeah.
can backtrack and find your address online. So you know, Tim now has 10 valuable
Wow.
watches in
The
his house,
leads.
right?
I
So
got
that,
basically immediately I have the names of like, people with important
right.
watches.
Yeah, I mean,
There
that's
will be
valuable in the
there will
market
be
for the
young
wrong person.
there'll be young guys and girls across the world, yeah, with a vague passing interest in watches, or have a vague interest in new tech platforms, yeah.
Mhm.
They'll be rubbing their hands, thinking, "Oh, this is a challenge."
Yes.
Just and they'll do, Tim. They'll do it for a laugh, just for a laugh. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They wanted to monetize it. There's some 19-year-old in London, New York, doesn't matter where, who were thinking, okay, and they'll do it in an afternoon.
Yeah, and plus these are YouTube celebrities, so they've already
Eh,
put a target on the back.
Exactly.
And think about it. I mean, MC says these are gray market dealers and showmen. Nothing trustworthy. I mean, what have these people done, besides like moved product? And none of the product they move is, particularly, you know, noble. It's not a noble endeavor, right? Like what,
Tim, that I mean,
showing jewelry online.
no, Tim, that's okay. I mean, I'm not mocking
Oh, I'm not mocking it. I'm just
their
saying it's
no,
like
but my issue is none of these guys have tech background. This is actually a
right,
tech
exactly.
product,
They
so
have
they don't have the expertise in this space. So
salesmanship.
how do we
These are
trust the
all
product that we
salesmen.
develop? Yeah, exactly. So
They're not watch guys. They're not tech guys.
in fact, you
They're
don't need to
doing
be a
tech,
watch guy.
but all of them are
That's
more salespeople.
my point. You don't need to be a watch guy to build this product. You need to be a tech guy to build this product, and none of them have the tech expertise, and it doesn't look like they have a big team of engineers working behind this as well. So that's my biggest concern.
And the product they're moving, because they have no expertise in like marketing it. Like Paul Thorpe can sell a watch because he's got all these different tricks that he acquired over the years. But when it comes to selling a website, he doesn't have the lingo. Right? He's a bit of in over his head, right?
I think all those that are involved have underestimated just what a big deal this is
Mm-hmm.
to do it properly. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes. Because it's such an important. It means so much. People's serial numbers mean everything to them. Like I don't want my Panda Daytona serial number to be online.
No.
It's private. It's between me and my Daytona.
And it's encrypted. Well, encryption, it means a lot of things. Tim, there's all the big gangsters in the UK. They don't communicate on mobile phones. It's something called EncroChat.
What is that?
EncroChat is a mobile phone system which couldn't be hacked, so the
Wow.
law enforcement agencies could never get into it. So in the UK, you had all these massive drug dealers doing massive drug deals,
Yeah.
on a secure phone,
Wow.
not an iPhone, and these phones cost £5,000. It didn't matter, and it was trackable. You couldn't crack it.
Yes.
What happened was the MI5, which is your FBI, they cracked it.
Wow.
And they arrested hundreds of people who got 20, 30, 40 years in prison for drug offences. This is the most secure private phone system.
Holy shit.
Uncrackable. Now, if that can be done,
everything can be cracked.
Everything can be done.
Yeah, everything can be cracked. So this thing, this platform, it's not a matter of if it's going to get hacked. It's when, because when it becomes worthy of getting hacked, once there's information worthy of stealing, this is going to be hacked the next second.
And at that point, I hope it doesn't happen, but at that point, it's fucked.
Yeah, the reputation will be, you can't recover from that.
No, I mean,
yeah.
but someone said that. Someone said to Paul, said, "Yeah, but what about NatWest and Chase? But Chase will give NatWest, they'll give you the money back, right?
Right. I got the money back. Capital One paid me back. I got hacked for $842.32. They gave me every penny back.
Yeah, it happened to me. Paul said, if it gets hacked and people lose their money or their watches, I'll pay it back. Well, he hasn't got the money.
Right. Actually, someone put some clever guy. I'm sure someone put if Paul would pay with his own money. Actually, let's see here. Oh, here we go. 1 hour, 25 minutes. Here we go. Okay. I think it's somewhere here. Let's play this moment. Let's see here. 25:28. Okay, here we go. Well, okay, hold on. Let me read the super chat. Gatsby, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. Even if by some miracle they're successful, the moment they actually sell users info, the US and EU will come down on them like ton of bricks. Remember what happened to Cambridge Analytica. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, dealing in personal data is hard, guys. It seems like an easy business, but it's actually very difficult.
Alex, are you still there?
Question.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Web 1. Paul, will you accept personal monetary responsibility if something wrong with your trusted dealers? It's a very good question. I think it depends on what it is.
So it's like, hey, because it seems like Paul is going on a whim. He says, we're not going to sell your personal information. Okay. He says, that's my guarantee. That's my personal guarantee. All right. So you're saying you're giving your word that if something happens to the personal, that information, don't worry about the company. You personally will take care of it. You're going to have my back. Right? You're gonna have pay for the lawyers and stuff when stuff was gonna be needed. Probably not.
Can we just scooch back to Gatsby's comment about Cambridge Analytica? You can sell data as long as you have signed, you've agreed to the EU LA. The Cambridge Analytica thing was they had misappropriated. They had pretended to be for academic purposes. They were sourcing the data of 100 or so thousand Facebook people, which they then monetized. That was the big controversy about Cambridge Analytica, and I think they were trying to also bribe politicians who were looking into Cambridge Analytica with honey traps and prostitutes and so on and so forth. So it was the Ashley Madison of corporate actions. So not quite the same, but yeah, I mean, to your larger point, data regulation, use of private data is heavily regulated in the EU. The United States have largely adopted GDPR for multinational companies, but that means that you have the right to ask for data to be removed. It doesn't mean that whilst they have their data, they can't use that data for other purposes.
Yeah.
Especially if you sign the contract.
Yeah. Alex, do you remember when Priti Patel was the Home Secretary?
I still have nightmares, yes.
Yeah, who doesn't? But it's about 3 years ago, and it all went quiet now. It's all been forgotten about. there was a hacker, yeah, presumably working for serious organised crime groups in the UK and Europe, yeah, who hacked the police national computer and got rid of 2 million police criminal records. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that actually. I would have thought I would have. My God, I didn't really.
Yeah, so there's a hacker who hacked
Yeah.
the police national computer. And Tim, I don't know what you call it in the US, but the police national computer is everyone who's got a parking ticket, been arrested, imprisoned, been arrested or charged or not guilty, has all the information about people who've come across the police. Yeah, it's a secure, important system to the police. Is that right, Tim? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there was a hacker who hacked the police national computer in the UK and got rid of 2 million records forever.
Wow. Yeah, all this computer stuff, none of this stuff is really secure. It's impossible. And it costs so much money.
Yeah.
So
And I'm comfortable with sites being hacked.
that's why I told you I don't like the principle. It doesn't make sense. This stuff.
But your bank account gets hacked. You don't give a shit, do you? Your bank account gets hacked. Your credit card gets hacked. It's not a big ordeal because the bank will pay the money back.
Because they got enough money
That's-
it's part of their operating expense. They
No,
operate.
it's part of their banking license. They have
Yeah.
to have a banking license. They have to have some protections
Yeah.
for people who deposit money in their banks. Certainly in
Yeah.
the United Kingdom, to have a banking license from the Bank of England, you would have to acquiesce to that. Same with Europe, and also with the United States.
Yeah. That's a good point. But let's just say I had £200,000 in the bank in the UK, Tim. If your account gets hacked, the first £85,000 is covered. So
Yeah.
back. After that, if it's in excess of that, you can't. You're on your own. So I don't have £200,000 in cash, but I don't have I don't have a problem with. It's inconvenience, but I know Barclays Bank NatWest, they'll refund the money within a week.
Right.
So,
I mean, this is a silly company. It's a silly idea. Gadsby, thank you so much for $5 super chat. Says Cambridge misused Facebook APIs to harvest private user data, and Facebook was called before U.S. Congress to explain how they allowed it to happen. Holy shit! And we got Paul Thorpe, visionary CEO of the Digital Watch Vault, in the chat. He says, "Oi, Tim, if you continue with these bullying tactics, mate, I'm going to send Greggy boy across the pond to pay you a visit, mate."
So Gatsby is sort of right, but the original crime, or rather the original business practice that was investigated, was that they had source data via an external researcher who had said he was collecting it for academic purposes. That's how it all started.
okay, yeah, okay.
Gadsby, another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Gadsby, keeping this show going. Facebook had to assure Congress that
exactly.
what?
It was for academic. It was for academic purposes, but the final recipient of that data was Cambridge Analytica. So the original transaction was technically correct, but it ended up in the hands of someone that monetized it. It's like arms sales. You're supposed to have a final. What do they call it? You can't sell it through a third party to some regime you're not supposed to, even though that happens.
So to be clear, my problem with Paul Thorpe is not
We're
that
going off topic anyway.
he sells the information. It's that he says they won't sell the information. He says that they won't sell the information, but the website actually says that they will. The discrepancy.
In fairness to Paul, I think he's being fed lots of lines by the tech guys, the legal guys, telling him what he wants to hear, and they go yeah, and he goes yeah, and he doesn't scrutinize it. If that makes sense. So he's told he whatever he wants to hear, and he believes it. He takes it at face value. But when you scrutinise it, it doesn't add up.
Max makes a good point here. Just now, they were talking on the stream about biometrics. They were talking about two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
Do you just want to highlight Max's comment, Tim?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up in just a second. I just want to finish with this super chat really quickly here. He says Facebook had to assure Congress that they never sell user data. They distribute ads to users based on their data. Advertisers never get the list. This is how it kind of should work. But if Digital Watchful says that they're going to sell it to their partners, we can only assume that gray market dealers like Roman Sheriff are going to get the list of users' watches that they can then call to solicit to buy them, or other reasons. I mean, there's so many reasons why this data would be really valuable to gray market dealers, and the gray market dealers' involvement is it's we don't want that. I don't want my platform. I don't want to put my information where gray market dealers could see it. Luchabetic Mark talks watches $2. Did roommate get her dinner yet? No, we're actually $40 more, guys. $40 more till the roommate's dinner. We're running. If you want to contribute to roommate's dinner, just super chat to roommate's dinner. We're $40 short. Mike's Headroom, here we go. He said the fact Paul said a basic two-factor authentication will be coming in the future means it's not secure now. Bots can perform brute force or modified DDoS attack right now. Yeah, they could hack passwords right this moment. So I mean, luckily there's nothing there.
Bring up Paul Thorpe's chat as well just now.
Paul Thorpe, visionary CEO of the Digital Watch Vault. You want to read it, Alex?
Oi, what you lot fail to realise is that DWV has already achieved the highest safety rating in the watch world. We have the Octo Vouch from Roman Sharp. It's what? It's what's known as the AP of vouchers.
There you go. As long as Sheriff vouches for it, I'm good with it. I mean, that's how dumb these people think we are.
What is that?
You should. Hey, you should trust this thing because Archie Luxury is on our side. That's why you should trust it. Like, come on, guys, wake the fuck up.
Can you help me? What the fuck is that? I have no idea what that means. What is it?
Vouch?
It's a vouch.
I know what vouch means, but the rest of it, what does that mean? Octo vouch.
It's a super vouch.
Yeah. So
it's the most advanced version of the vouch. It's like a vouch.
Is this a wind up?
Huh?
No. It's Roman Sharp would say, I don't just vouch for him, I double vouch for him, or something to words to that effect.
Okay. So if I'm in the lottery tomorrow, and the next day I buy £500,000 worth of watches, and they're all compromised, I can go to Roman for the money.
Paul Thorpe says, "Drop Alex, and I'll hop on, mate." Sorry, we can't drop Alex. You know.
I'll go on.
No. We're not dropping anybody. We're not dropping anybody. If Paul Thorpe wants to come on, he has to hop on the way it is. No, nobody comes. Nobody leaves the stream. Nobody leaves.
I've been his staunchest. I've given the benefit of that.
Nobody leaves the stream. Yeah,
Tim, I know. Tim, I'm a Tim Wright virgin, right, so to speak.
Oh,
put them on. Please.
Well, I dropped the link. I dropped the link. If he wants to hop on, he's free to hop on. If he doesn't want to, if he wants people to be dropped before he hops on, we don't do that.
Listen, you guys are more than capable enough. I'll drop off.
No. It's not. No, it's no good.
There's no. I mean, if Paul thinks
no good,
some beef against him,
I think it's a troll account. It's not the real.
Oh.
Okay,
maybe it's not the. Hold on. Let me check. Hold on.
Troll account.
Okay, it's false alarm. It's a troll account. Okay, all right,
It's a
got us. You
Diego.
got us. All right, there you go. All right. Anyways, where were we? Oh, you guys know this part with the whole Alex situation?
Yeah.
Like the people on board, these are not really trustworthy individuals. I don't understand. Like Alex, the watchmaker who was, saying all, the stuff that was revealed, all his doubts about digital watch vault. Now he doesn't talk about it at all. He just only says good things. Like what was done to him? Like what did they do? Did they take him out into the back room and like why suddenly he's all so quiet? Oh, I like digital watch vault. That's it. He just toes the line now. I don't understand. I don't understand these guys. You know what? And look, the fundamental problem that they're trying to solve, that they put in this thing. Here we go. This thing. Look, they say, "Oh, we're not trying to solve watch crime." Well, what's the advertisement for the digital watch world? Watch this.
End of trading stolen watches is here.
Ripping off a $20,000 Rolex.
Knocked out the
How
surveillance
is it
camera
going to
and
stop
$2.5
crime
million
like this?
worth of watches inside.
Or on the sidewalk in the middle of the day.
The unique watch was worth about $500,000.
Guys, most of you already know who this is. This is Paul Thorpe. He flew in from England.
Like, how stupid are we supposed to be to believe this?
Tim, I think I'm hopping off now. David, it's pleasure to talk
Vimal,
to you.
yeah, like you raised good points, Vimal. The company, it just doesn't seem to be like there's not enough money in this thing, or the numbers don't add up, right?
Well, look, 2 million people at £10 a year makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
No, agree. Yeah. All right. See you
Take
guys.
care.
See you guys.
Nice
See you.
So David, you said you were a victim of watch crime, so it's obviously very real to you. I think that the background to all of this, and I guess we're talking about UK centric stuff again.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody else. But I think there was a report the other day that 6,000 watch thefts in London alone occurred in the past year. About on average of £5,000 to £6,000. It came out to about £5,000-6,000 per watch. So that's about 35 million, let's say, roughly. So that's just London.
That just those who reported it.
Those who reported it, yes.
Yeah, and how many of those people got some kind of payout back, right? Insurance, and also like that's more of a crime problem, right? Than specifically watch crime problem.
People still steal iPhones. People still.
I look at this. I see a problem. These guys look at it. They see a business opportunity. I think watch crime is horrible. It's like whenever there is a what do they call it, the fucking hurricane. Hurricane. They say, oh, hurricane. You know what? Hurricane is good because the people who make boats get to sell. Their business is booming. Right. This is almost feels like taking advantage of a terrible situation.
So, Alex, what's your question? Sorry.
No, I mean, given that you have been a victim of crime, is that why you have got a personal interest in the digital watch vault? Do you think, had it been deployed earlier on in a better state, this might have helped in your personal situation, or is it just a coincidence?
Well, on reflection, if the digital watch vault had been in situ when I had my Amiga nicked here or robbed off me, I don't think it would have made any difference in terms of it being recovered. And I'll tell you why. because I had it when it got nicked within 10 minutes. I was on the watch register and on the Amiga watch register, and that's still not found its way back into the system. Going forward, I just think one of these scumbags, if they nick another watch of mine, I want to make sure that watch has no value in terms of sell on. What's the best way I can do that? It's by registering it with a registry of some sorts. Yeah. I can't, as Tim says, I can't stop people robbing me. Yeah.
Okay.
But if I'm robbing people's watches, if I think there's a chance this guy or girl has their watch registered in a register, it has little or no value. So for me, if it's a 10 grand watch, and I think I can get 5 grand on the black market, by saying to someone, if they think it's registered with a registry of some sort, and they can get 100 quid for it, they won't be inclined to nick it. So that's my driver for thinking. I hope it works. If it's DWV or
Sure,
anybody
of
else,
course. I hope I'm wrong. I
that's
hope
it.
I'm wrong.
But Tim, you're right. There's nothing anyone can do to stop someone robbing of my watch. All I'm thinking about is, if one of you fuckers nicks my watch, I want to make sure that watch is worth nothing to you. And the best way of doing that is having it registered somewhere. So when I go into a shop or a pawn shop or
Yeah, but also, there's a reason why I think Rolex doesn't want to touch it. Because, all right, so like, what is the legality then of retrieving this thing? Paul is talking about bounty system.
It's my watch. It's my watch. I've got a receipt. I've got the cards. It's my watch.
David, Paul is talking about having a bounty system for retrieving a watch. You know how desperate people are right now? Somebody's going to go out and try to retrieve a watch. Someone might imagine that there's some jackass out there goes on a mission to try and retrieve a stolen watch, and then someone gets seriously fucking hurt. And then what are they going to sue? They're going to sue Digital Watch Vault, because who sent them on this bounty? Oh, it was this website. They said, "Hey, look, there's a bounty. If you get this watch, I'll pay you $25,000." That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
People are gonna take this shit seriously.
Yeah. Tim, you're absolutely right. The whole
Stuff
bounty,
the
whole bounty idea is fucking bollocks. It's
a legal case waiting to happen, to blow up into everybody's face. And people are listening to this and like, what a great idea. What a great idea. I mean, don't they understand the implications of it? The kind of stuff they could get, involved in.
I'll tell you something. When my watch got nicked, I bought it from Watches of Switzerland in London, It got robbed within 4 weeks, The insurance company told me to fuck off. I bought a new one. And I said to the sales manager, he said, David, right, this watch will find its way back into the system. You can't go into a shop with a 10 grand watch without them asking for ID, birth certificate, driving license, passport. And they all run numbers. They all run it. So at one point, this watch will pass from one scumbag to another scumbag, to another scumbag. And at some point, someone will go to a proper shop or a pawnbroker's.
Yeah.
Will you buy this? They say, yeah. Wait there, sir. They'll go out the back. They'll run the numbers, right? They'll call the police. The police will come. They'll arrest them. Get the watch and say, we've got your watch. But he said that might take years. And that's fine.
Yeah.
I can live with it. But he said, the scumbag who robbed your watch, he won't go the next day to an AD and say, can you buy this at half the price it's worth? He'll just pass it to another crackhead. Another crackhead will buy it. Another crackhead will buy it. But one person will make a mistake and think, you know what? I can get good money for this by going to a real shop. They'll run the numbers out the back. Hello, sir. We're getting your money now. The police will come, put me in handcuffs, and they'll call me and say, we got the watch.
But also, what about this? I mean, some of these dealers, they say, and listen, you see some of these people, this audio of Alex surfaces, right? Where he says opposite thing behind the scenes versus what he says now publicly. So like these guys, they have a record of saying one thing behind the scenes and then completely different thing when they're on the live stream. I've met these people. I spoke with them. there's a lot of inconsistencies. I don't want to go in detail. They'll say
Yeah.
I'm disclosing private information, whereas, for example, people can go back in time. Alex, the same watchmaker, right? He was sending dirt on me to some hate streams. I mean, what a freaky thing to do. I mean, what kind of people are these? Anyway.
Paul Thorpe did address that.
This
that
he said he was sending dirt before. So see, he fucking cries when somebody played his phone call on the live stream. He cried, but he had no problem. Alex had no issue screenshotting his conversation with me and sending it to Bear Clooney Watches, right? For that information. So like these people are freaks. Like, well, who does this shit? I mean, listen, you want to do it? More power to you. All right. But don't fucking cry when people do it to you. I mean, it's bullshit. And maybe Paul Thorpe doesn't know that Alex leaks information in the same way the information was leaked about him. So okay, maybe I'll give him benefit of the doubt. But Marcelo, who he had on the stream, the original doxer. I mean, this is the people he brings on to show credibility of this.
Yeah, I think Marcelo got there, slipped in by accident because the link had been dropped for Max to join any.
Well, he had no problem displaying Marcelo, the OG doxer, right? Even I mean, look, if I was launching a project like that, I would be asking Marcelo to stay off the stream. But Marcelo literally took the money to then go and for that money talk shit about me. Like Marcelo is paid to talk shit about me. Like literally. And this is the guy he brought on the stream to show how secure the privacy of the website is.
Yeah.
You can't make this is psychotic, borderline psychotic. These people should be fucking in an institution. You understand? Like,
I mean, I don't know about the US. I don't know about the US here, but imagine if I stole a watch of somebody out.
Yeah.
I can only sell that watch to another scumbag. The moment it gets into the system, the real system, an AD or a pawn shop, they'll run the numbers every single time. I don't know the US, but you'll agree with me. In the UK, in the UK, that's what.
All right, I exploded. Then we're gonna get complained. All right. I calm down. All right. Sorry. I just remembered how much Marcelo betrayed me.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. So, Tim, God forbid, if one of your watches got stolen, yeah, a scumbag will steal your watch, and he'll take another scumbag, another scumbag, and you'll never see it again. But there might come a time they'll go into an AD
where an innocent person is going to get hurt,
or a pawn shop, and they'll run the numbers and they'll keep the watch. In the UK, I think it's very hard to sell a stolen watch into a proper shop, whether it be a pawn shop or an AD, because they'll always run the numbers and they'll keep the watch, notify the register, call the police, and the man will get arrested. Is that right?
Yeah, it happened. I mean, I remember on the London Watch Show, it happened to a customer of BQ Watches. They bought a watch from BQ Watches, and they took it to Rolex for it to be serviced. And Rolex said, "Sorry, mate, this watch has been stolen."
Yeah.
Well, BQ Watches did the right thing and gave him his money back, or give him another watch. I'm not entirely sure.
BQ is classy.
But they did stand behind their customer service. So that's
they didn't pay for the shipping for Shein's, they just with that faulty bezel.
Again, I'm only repeating what I've heard. I don't know beyond face value. I don't know what actually has happened.
I'm sure my Amiga will find its way back into the mainstream. At the moment it does, they'll keep the watch. But the problem with crackheads, they'll sell my 10 grand watch for £1,000, and the guy who bought it will say £1,500 to another crackhead, and the guy who bought it for £1,500 said £2,000, and eventually someone will say, actually, I can get £8,000 for this. You'll go to a proper shop, and they'll go, wait there, sir, and before you know it, the police will come, and it'll all be done. But that might take years. But I've resigned myself to losing it.
Yeah. Cue Brian jumping on the stream telling us about Swatch Group shitters. So
hey. That's the real crime, actually. This is nothing.
Tim, in the US, is it easy to sell a stolen watch without any checks?
I've never
Is it
sold one, so I wouldn't.
No.
know. I
Not
guess
you.
you can go on.
Not you, Tim, but
I guess you can go eBay. No, sorry, not the eBay. Craigslist. Nobody checks. You could just put anything on there.
Okay. Because in the UK,
they sell fake watches on the Craigslist. Yeah.
Okay.
Or the dealers. You go 47th Street. They don't ask if it's stolen watch. You just put it on the
Really?
table. They say 8,000 cash. Boom. Money
Really?
exchanged. Yeah, that's it.
And
Easy as that.
They don't check the serial numbers.
What's it? What? They just look over like this, not even check serial number. Does it feel real? Okay, it's real. Here you go. Money and then exchange.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
You
No,
mentioned
no.
earlier, mentioned earlier on about the website that they're going to do some sort of bounty service for stolen watches. What's that? Dog the Bounty Hunter is going to start.
D-Wood says Timmy just rants and hopes he stumbles upon a point. What? Yo, it's the best audience ever.
The bounty hunter thing is a terrible idea. I mean, a really bad idea. That's the worst idea out of all of them.
Gatsby says you can't arrest someone for trying to sell stolen property unless you can prove they either stole it themselves or had reasons to believe that it was stolen.
Not in the UK. No, in the UK, it's called handling stolen goods. So in the UK, it's completely different.
So you can go to the United States, unknowingly buy a stolen watch, and have it for 10 years, and then register in digital watch vault, and then you're going to get arrested, and the watch is going to be taken away from you 10 years later.
Could do. In the UK, could do.
Seems like a great way to fuck yourself over. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, you want that to be caught immediately, not like after you already own the thing for a long time, and then no recompensation. It's not like, hey, if you get into a situation like this where you genuinely accidentally bought a stolen watch, let's say on 47th Street, you didn't check, you didn't know how, and you get checked, and the watch turns out to be stolen. They take your watch. Are you going to be compensated? Is Digital Watch Vault going to pay you $100,000 for your Patek that they're going to confiscate from you? What's the legal issue there? Because what if you genuinely didn't know?
And Tim, that's a good point, because everyone's laws across the world is different. The law in the US in your state is different than the law in the UK. The law in the UK is different than France or Germany or India or Pakistan. It's all different. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And to your point, that creates huge complexity around the digital watch vault.
Speaking of vault experts, Buckley.
I'm a big fan of David Brown.
He makes sense.
How are you?
I'm a big fan.
Nice to meet you, Lance.
Hey, who else is here? Oh, Alex. What's up?
Hey, Buckley. It's been a while since we had some sensible people on.
I mean, I hear David. He's making a lot of sense. So is Alex.
Yeah, no wonder Paul Thorpe didn't bring up any of David's comments, when he did the stream earlier today.
My issue here with this whole thing, is the dealers know exactly where the stolen watches wind up, and they're never caught because the watches are not resold. They're parted out.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about the serial number. Because if I have a day-date bracelet, I could just sell those links for $300 a pop. And I got a lot of them.
Good point.
If I have that dial, I can resell that dial. If I have that fluted bezel, I could Where do you think all these parts come from that all these gray market guys use?
Yeah.
You don't think on 47th Street or in the UK, Paul knew exactly who the criminals were?
Yeah.
Everybody.
He admitted himself he knew.
Everybody knows. Everybody knew in the finance world that Epstein was a piece of shit and that Bernie Madoff was, it was impossible for him to be making the returns, but they looked the other way, right? Everybody knew Anthony Farrer was a piece of shit, but they looked the other way. Roman,
Because it was business, their businesses were aligned. Paul
2
Thorpe was
years ago,
getting the
when-
views.
2 years
and
ago, when I started getting to YouTube space, 2 years ago, I've not watched it since I was 15, but 2 years ago, I was looking at Anthony Farrer, I clocked him closely, and I got absolutely ruined. I said I wouldn't buy a paperclip off his wanker, and I got ruined. I said I'd not buy a paperclip of Anthony Farrer. Lo and behold, shit happens.
and the other thing too is at least in the US, and when I was in Italy, I was talking to our tour guides because we saw a pickpocket.
oh
right?
shit.
We saw it happen live. It was like 5 girls. And they pickpocketed these old people.
Uh-oh.
So
Like Paul Thorpe.
yeah. And I have friends that are cops, NYPD. Some of them are into watches. So I asked both parties, who does the crime? Number one, drug addicts. Drug addicts don't give a fuck about the digital watch vault. This might have an $11,000 value to Roman. A drug addict will risk his life to get it from me, and he'll sell it to 47th Street for $1,000. They don't know or care. Second is a gang member. Gang members don't give a fuck about digital watch vault.
Yeah.
They have to produce money and kick it up by any means necessary. And that's not going to slow them down. The third, which was the pickpocketers, which is in Europe, was groups of 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old girls. And they're all, not all, I shouldn't say all, but the enormous part of them are human trafficked. Do you think that criminal who's trafficking those girls gives a fuck about the digital watch vault?
Yeah.
Do you think that Paul and all these guys don't know exactly where stolen watches go and which one of their friends buys them? Come on.
It's not about solving watch crime. That's the beauty of this.
Rolex knows this goes on and they couldn't solve it.
Buckley, sorry. The three people you just mentioned, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All the 3 scumbags who steal your watches. And I said to my mother, do you know what I'm really pissed off about? Is the crackhead who stole my 11 grand Amiga, yeah?
Yeah.
He sold it for 500 quid.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If he sold for 9 grand, I'd have a bit of respect for him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he sold it for his next fix of crack cocaine for half an hour. Do you know what I mean?
Stolen watches, like to people that are in our world, they think that a Pepsi is a $20,000 value stolen. It's not. It's like a $5,000 value.
If you're lucky.
Right. But they don't care because $5,000 to them, you know how much crack you can buy with 5 grand?
Yeah.
A lot of crack.
Not personally, but I know, yeah.
A lot of crack.
You're right. I said to my mum, do you know what? They'll sell it for £500. My watch.
I don't care.
And that your point is perfect because the three groups you mentioned, the 3 demographics you mentioned, are those two watches. The guy who's a postman earning fuck all money, he don't steal your watch.
No.
The delivery driver don't steal your watch. The teacher at school doesn't steal your watch. It's the 3 people, people you mentioned.
And it's like they think, oh, the serial number will turn up. No, it won't, because the people that are buying the stolen watch in the watch world, they know about the serial number. It will not show up. They're not going to take that watch whole and resell it unless it's shipping across the world.
I went back to watch the script and I said, you know what, my Amiga will find it way back into the mainstream. And you know what the guy said to me, the sales manager? He went, David, that watch is gone. I said, no, eventually it will find its way back into an AD or a proper pawn shop where they check the numbers. He went, they would never put that watch back into the real system. Pawn shop, never. An AD, never. It will go from crackhead to crackhead to crackhead to crackhead.
Not to mention all these fake watches that feel real, they have real parts on them. Where do you think those parts are coming from?
Yeah.
It's all a bunch of bullshit. I like Paul Thorpe, but the more and more I hear, it's getting to the point of like, dude,
These are absurd claims. Like he's overselling this. He's overselling this. Come on, like
he had one problem. He had everybody kind of going, and we were all kind of like, okay. That Steve Allen came on the show.
oh, that's
Couldn't
you lost
answer-
all
He couldn't answer
credibility.
anything. I'm a moron. I know nothing about tech, and I was asking a question.
You know when you're bullshitting you bullshit so much. You knew the signs that this guy was just
He
bullshitting.
couldn't answer my questions.
I said to Timmy when I jumped on right at the beginning, I said, he doesn't strike me as a tech guy to me. We employ tech guys for my private equity fund, and they're
Yeah.
very different. He didn't strike me as a tech guy running a vault which potentially store billions of pounds worth of watches. Billions. A real tech guy is going to cost you lots of money. You know, we're not talking about. I said we're not talking about a shitty pair of Ray-Bans, right? In the Ray-Ban vault.
Yeah.
We're talking about billions of pounds worth of watches. This don't make sense to me. But Buckley, can I ask you a question? Do you want it to work? Because me and Tim disagree. I want it to, in principle,
I
think
would
it's a good
love it
idea.
to work.
I want it to
would love
work.
But
Tim said Tim thinks it's bullshit. He thinks it's wank.
you gotta understand, Tim, he won't say it, but Tim, Paul, Oshin, Roman Sharf, Archie, they're all. It's like World War One. There's all these countries, and they're all fucking trying to kill each other. But I just, it's not going to work because they're not following this cookie cutter A to Z process that the digital watch vault will stop. Rolex tried. The brand, if the brand Rolex tries and can't do it, you can't do it.
It's an expense. That's the thing, Buckley.
tried.
This thing, there's no money in managing a spreadsheet. It's only an expense. Rolex stopped doing it because they know how expensive it is, and they thought, why are we doing this? Why are we just wasting money?
I don't know anything about the tech world. You guys are way smarter with it than I am. I went to the privacy policies and I tried to follow along, but the first thing I came across was spelling and grammar errors everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm already like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I saw you were on the stream, weren't you, Buckley? You were trying to ask some questions, and
Well, some people were suggesting that it was copy pasted from a different website, like a cookie cutter, and some modified slightly to fit.
Jimmy, definitely, 100%.
I asked Paul directly, are you going to take everybody's info and sell it? Because we had another person on the stream.
The answer should have been yes.
He said unequivocally, no, it's a ridiculous statement to even suggest that. Okay, Paul, fine. But what are you trying to do? Because this is not going to stop crime. You know it. I know it. Everybody in the room knows it. There's no way this is going to stop crime. When I asked your founder of your company what happens to stolen watches, he could not tell me where they go. I know where they go.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I'm not in the watch industry. But I know where they go. They go to the same place stolen cars go.
Yeah.
Many places.
Back to the car dealer.
Many places. Nobody steals a Honda and then resells the Honda. Duh. You can't do that. But you can sell the tires. You can sell the fenders. You can sell the seatbelts. You can sell all the shit, right?
You can melt the catalytic converter into and get the platinum out of it.
I would guess, I mean, in Omega, that's interesting, but the majority of watches stolen are probably Rolex. Gotta be. They're so easy to spot. All you gotta do is look for a Jubilee, right?
Yeah.
Or an Oyster. Oyster links and Jubilee links are hundreds of dollars a piece. Hundreds of dollars. When they go
also, the only thing that you can't really sell is the because you can sell the movement parts for parts. You can sell you can't sell You can actually hold on. The only thing you can't sell is that inner ring where the serial number is engraved. That's the only place, the only part you can't sell. Think about it. Even the case, Rolex, even ensured that the cases will be sold, and they've removed it. I don't think there's no more serial number on the case, right? On the underside.
Yeah.
There's no more. So that Rolex actually made the watch easier to resell on the gray market.
Look,
But Timmy
Part.
Bucket, do you think? Hang on, Timmy Bucket. Do you think your average crackhead that stole my Amiga, just say he stole my Bluesy?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to go around the UK or the US trying to sell links? He's not going to do that. He's not. He hasn't got the contacts.
No.
You're right. What you say is 100% right. But he's not going to nick my Bluesy and try and sell my links.
But down the block from Paul, up in the apartment, 3 floors up, there's a guy, Vlad, who will take that watch apart, and Vlad will give the link to Paul for $100 and he'll sell it for 300. Right? And
Yeah.
everybody knows in every industry there's a guy like that. Because where else are these watches going? They already know where they're going. The only place they could wind up is parted out or melted or whole. And the only place that would find value would be the gray market.
Yeah.
They're not going to me to sell to David. No one would do that. They have to go back. Just like a chop shop for a car. They wind up back in auto body shops.
Yeah.
So the watches are winding back up in the gray market with 40 years of experience. Either he himself, let's not accuse him, but he knows the guys on his block that are using those parts.
Hence, you get Frankenstein watches.
You know, and maybe there's nobody in the UK. Congratulations. If we go to China, will we find some? If we go to 47th Street, will we find some? California, they're going somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a huge business. Last year in the UK alone, I think it was 6,000 watch crime, 6,000 thefts.
In London alone.
1,000 watches.
In London alone.
Just in London.
Buckley, in the UK, we have a police squad called the Flying Squad, yeah? And historically, all they've done is they've surveyed people, put on surveillance, people who do armed robberies in banks, cash in transit vans, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's all they've ever done for the last 40, 50 years. Watch crime is so bad in London now, the Flying Squad, because bank robberies aren't so prevalent, because you go to banks, when you go to bank, the money's in a vault, you say, I want $100, they press a button, it comes up. They don't hold money in the till. The cash in transit vans, if you rob one, you open the thing, it blows dye over it. The money's worth nothing.
Yeah.
So bank robberies in the UK is the capital of bank robbery. We have a squad dedicated to bank robbery called the Flying Squad. Now, bank robbery is so prevalent in the UK, they set up a squad purely to deal with luxury watch crime. That's how bad it is. I don't know if it's true, but apparently London is the watch capital crime of the world. And people say, Dave, your Bluesy, it just stands out like I said, fuck it, I'm wearing it. And they said, like, I would never wear it. So I bought it to wear it.
When I was in Italy, I couldn't find a single person that was wearing a modern day yellow gold watch. Not one citizen was wearing one. I couldn't find yellow gold for sale. I found rose gold, I found white gold, but the reasoning from what I gathered, and I was wearing a Pepsi on Jubilee, was it's too dangerous. They told me not to wear the Pepsi. In very nice parts of Italy, they said, do not wear it. You will get pickpocketed or gang if you're in the wrong place.
You should have done the Daniel Katz trick.
What are you talking about?
You know, wearing a bandana over it.
I mean, look, this is common sense. I'm a moron. Okay? I don't need to understand tech. It's very easy to understand. Think about how a criminal thinks.
Well,
where
let
are
me
the
tell
watches
you,
going, Tim?
let me tell you one thing here that when you see this moment, it's kind of insane. It's insane because at one point, Roman says, "Hey, I have a box of hundreds of papers. And he says, well, technically speaking, if people put their watches as no box and papers, I could search the serial numbers and reunite the papers with the owner of the watch. And I thought, wow, what a good idea. And then he said, and I could charge them $100.
Yeah, I mean, this is the gray market. Unfortunately for Paul, Roman Sharf has
that's how they're thinking.
Exposed everything that goes on behind the curtain, and his ego, the enormous ego he has, thought that he could fight fire with fire and we would buy in, and it's just the opposite.
People are not that dumb.
They're
Even
like,
you,
"What?"
Buckley, is not that dumb.
Even I'm not that dumb.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're like, what are you doing? Like, why? So what value?
If Buckley says, hold on a second, guys, something's not right.
Yeah. Like think about how stupid this is. Think about how stupid this is. And I'm not trying to tear Paul's company apart. I don't understand I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand anything. But I understand that if you launch a website, the fucking grammar and spelling should be correct. It's like, dude, a high school kid wrote that shit. I mean, I'm not like, if it's all legitimate, great, Paul, fix it. And I'm also smart enough to know that if your founder comes on who's been working on this for 3 years, number one, don't bring him to the tiger pit of Tim Wright. And number two, if you do, make sure you have people that are qualified on to talk to him.
They
Not
thought they
me.
could bullshit their way through it.
Not me and Red Shovel and Diego, which, by the way, he couldn't answer any of our questions.
Couldn't answer Red Shovel's question.
Let's see how it goes.
This guy's an enemy. They're trying to ban him because he's asking the tough questions.
It's like, what the fuck?
But Timmy, these weren't tough questions. I said to Paul today and for the last 3 weeks, and my friends and family said, where the server, where is it? And no, he said, the only answer I got was, it's in the cloud. I think he thinks it's in the fucking cloud with Jesus. No,
it's in the cloud.
What's it?
Wow. He thinks
the cloud has
he thinks
rain.
Maybe they're harvesting actual clouds to store data. Even Buckley knows what a server is. Unbelievable.
It's not.
If it works, they'll make millions and millions and millions and millions.
But it can't work. It can't. How could it work?
But Buckley, you agree with me? It's a good idea in principle, right? Do you agree with me?
I think the best part, literally, and I really think this, the best part of their site is that heat map that shows daily, hourly where the crime is going off, because you can walk through a part of London at 1 o'clock in the morning and be like, I'm going to put this bluesy in my pocket because 3 people have been robbed within a square mile here today. Okay, fair enough. But
I'm from the UK. I know if I'm in London, Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham, major cities, that's going to be a hotspot. If I'm in the US,
but
if I go to New York, that's going to be a hotspot. If I go to LA, that's a hotspot. If I go to,
I know that, but you know who doesn't know that? The rich people coming from Hong Kong on vacation that go to Times Square in New York. They have no idea. They're all, oh wow. They could be getting robbed, blind, stabbed, shot. Everyone goes to Times Square. They think it's amazing. It's the worst fucking part of Manhattan besides Harlem.
Is it?
It's all ads.
It's a shithole.
Don't people realize it? It's like getting spam. It's like opening your grandmother's mailbox.
Yeah.
You know, you get like 100 fucking ad.
The heat map has value, and the heat map is something that people could use daily, which those ads then would have value.
That's a sick thought. That's a
Buckley.
That's
a no. I'm just saying though, if you're traveling,
if I come to the US and see Tim or you, Buckley, I don't. If I'm with you, I don't need a heat map to tell me where my watch or put it in my boxes. I don't need that because I'm with people on the ground. You come to London. You come to London, right?
Yeah.
I can take you very places to London. You don't need the heat map because I'm a Londoner, right? So I say,
I don't know anybody there.
What?
What if I don't know anybody on the ground?
No, but no. The thing, if you
It's
came
kind
to
of like
London,
Buckley. You know not to wear your Rolex in the Bronx at night. It's just
No. See, wrong. I know
there's
not,
parts.
I
Oh,
know not to. Number one, I know not to get out of the car in the Bronx.
okay.
That's where we
Yeah,
start.
like
You don't get out of the car in the Bronx.
you don't have to be told that. You don't need a heat map to tell you, hey, there's a little bit of common sense here. No, but I think this is a tech solution to a made up problem. Like like nowadays everybody's trying to solve everything with tech. Like the
Yeah.
dumbest things. Like I got an app for that, dude. Can't sleep. How about listen to this dumb audio that costs too much? Like what the hell? Everyone is trying to sell a tech solution
Yeah.
to everything.
Buckley, do you agree that it was? I said this the moment they launched. It was rolled out far too soon.
Yeah.
Far too soon.
Yeah.
They're 6 months away from where they need to be, at least.
I mean, as far as how far they are, you would know better than me. But like I said, you had the founder come on and say, I basically don't know anything. I'm testing this on you guys. Let me know what you think.
So yeah, like with
What?
guinea pigs.
These are not serious people, Buckley. These are not serious
What are you
people.
talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Us figure it out. That's what he said, Tim.
Yeah.
Buckley, I hate to break it to you. I think Paul Thorpe is trolling us. I think he's trolling everyone. This is just a big April Fool's, because they said the launch is going to be like, spring. Maybe this is just all big built up to an April Fool's joke. He's gonna say, "Gotcha."
Buckley, do you have your watch or watches in the system in the vault? Have you tried?
No.
You haven't
Why not?
even tried?
No.
I know people who have tried, friends, family, colleagues, and they say, Dave, it's a pain in the fucking ass. All of them, they say it's a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah.
And my father, who's an investment banker, worked for UBS. He said, I spent 2 hours of my time trying to put a couple of watches in there. He said, I can never get that time back, ever.
Yeah, I mean,
is it ever?
if it's not easy to use, then it's like you're never gonna get someone like me to use it. But
have you signed up?
No. Tim, I didn't have to sign up. The fucking founder came on and couldn't answer any questions. What case in point, we're done. It's like
if you're
gonna operate on me. Do you know how to make an incision? Nah, I'll figure it out.
I'll learn as I go.
What the fuck?
Just give me access to your most private parts. Let me start my operating surgery skills by testing an operation on your balls. This is what they're saying.
If offense to Paul, I think he should be the front man, certainly for the UK and Europe, but he's getting too much airtime because he doesn't have questions for the most basic things. They need to bring the chief technology officer on to answer the hard questions. That's my view.
That's what I'm saying. He should have done some sort of live stream where he had these people and it was 3, 4, 5 hours, and these people could have gone through this stuff. But this guy randomly came in our chat. It was like a Wednesday night at 11 o'clock at night or whatever. Yeah. And
we're always trying to relax.
Idiots like me asking him questions, and he couldn't. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. He couldn't answer any of them.
That's the thing. All the people I've seen asking questions on chats or live streams, these weren't rocket science questions. They were simple, straightforward shit. Do you know what I mean? Where is the server? Can you show me the basic credentials of the chief technology officer, the head of IT? Who's head of marketing? Who's the finance director? Who's head of business development? These are simple shit. About is blank.
You realize this Dave guy is a big he's like works for an investment company. And if this company that Paul Thorpe is running was legitimate, he would have probably use his position to invest into this company.
If this,
He could have put in $500 million. He could have put in millions, right?
The company I work for, I work in private equity.
Yeah.
If this business was as it purports to be, investors would have been crawling all over it to say, "Here's £20 million. Let's do it properly."
Wow.
They would have been. For me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But it's a year.
But it didn't pass the survey test.
No, I mean, like, where is the server? Which country? It's in the cloud. Oh, come on.
It's in India.
Gatsby $5 super chat. Whatever happened to the street smarts? You need an app to tell you not to walk around alone at night with a gold watch.
I'm trying to find the positives, okay? And you know what? Don't underestimate how stupid people are.
This is the tech bros. This is the tech bros.
I keep repeating myself. I keep repeating myself. I sound like a broken record. I think it's a good idea in principle, and nothing will persuade me otherwise. I really think.
I think this is a terrible principle.
It's a good idea in principle, but the principle is it's smoke and mirrors, because stolen watches, they don't steal this and then bring it somewhere, and the guy goes, "Oh, this is stolen. I can't take this." That's not the way this works.
Guys, let me ask you.
They steal fucking 40 of them, and they bring a box of 40 of them to a guy. He pays 10-20% of what they're worth, and then he resells all the shit out all over the world, or right there on the block. That's where they go. That's why you can't fucking find them. They're gone. They're gone forever.
That's a very, very good point. A really
They're
good
fucking
point.
gone. You're never gonna find them. That's why Rolex tried fixing this problem a long time ago.
But Buckley,
they couldn't
even
fix
if that's true, even if let's say, even if this doesn't solve watch crime, let's say this might actually cause there to be more watch. Let's just say
it's not going to cause more.
Think about how weird would you feel if you were an investor and part owner of this company, where your company goes from let's say it becomes an extremely successful, immensely profitable company. You're making all this money. What? Knowing that the watch crime exists, right? And let's say watch crime increases, so you actually get paid more. What do you celebrate? You throw parties that you're making more money because there's more watch crime out there. And think about your incentives. Do you really want to push for to actually kill watch crime? Because it will kill your business. The only reason a watch and lost and found and stolen register exists because of the thefts, right?
Tim, I think that's a little bit too far down the line, a little bit too sinister.
Well, no, it's not sinister. I'm just saying, if this thing is successful, think about how insane that it's the incentives are all screwed up.
I think the incentives, Rose Paul went over the incentives. They're quick, they're simple, and they can make a lot of money off of those incentives alone. So I don't think it goes much farther than that.
I just don't think it will ever be that successful. I just don't see millions of people using this every single day, and
they're not.
Them making millions in ads, ad revenue.
Thing, though, Tim, they just need it to work for a little while, and then for to gain enough traction, so they can just pump it and dump it.
Pump and dump. It's
That's it. I mean, I'm not, and I hate to do this to Paul, because I actually, most of the time, Tim,
let's hope he succeeds in it. No, I agree with you.
Most of the time, I'm arguing for Paul against you, because you say crazy shit. But I can't on this, because it's like, dude, we know, stolen watch, you can't stop it. First, you can't stop it. You're never going to stop it, because that really turned me off when I asked that guy, who is stealing the watches and where are they winding up? And he said, we have absolutely no idea or data on that. How the fuck could you be in the business of stopping watch crime and you don't know who's stealing them and you don't know where they're going? What the fuck? I mean,
it's not about that.
What are we talking about?
They're all about collecting data. They don't care how the watch crime works. Their revenue depends on there being more crime, not less. In fact, these fears becoming reality, more and more watches being stolen will drive more traffic to the digital watch vault. They'll be able to capitalize. The next time, guess what? Next time, Paul Thorpe already even did it when he interviewed Anthony Farah victim. He used that interview as a way to promote digital watch vault. That was pretty bad, I thought. And actually, that video is now gone. I was trying to find it, but I couldn't. It's almost like
I mean, I don't know, man. Just surface level, I have enough that I'm like, no.
you put off.
Yeah.
And what do you think Paul Thorpe can do to put your concerns at ease?
I don't have concerns about the digital watch vault or Paul Thorpe. I have no concerns at all. I give him I raise a glass and say, good try. But it's just not going to work. Unless there's something else. If this is like a gray market dealer thing and he's going to make a bunch of money off tens of thousands of gray market dealers and backpack flippers and we don't see it, but he does, okay. But just end user trying to track their stolen watches or stopping watch crime, it's not, they don't give a fuck. All those 12-year-olds that are being trafficked by a horrendous person in Europe, they don't give a fuck about it.
It's just a boogeyman. I don't appreciate.
Have you been to Penn Station to see the zombies walking around?
Oh
give a
shit!
fuck about a serial number? They don't care. They don't care. These people, they don't care at all. Anything.
I said to one of DWV's fanboys, I said, do you know what? There's nothing proprietary about this. If you've got the infrastructure and the tech team and the infrastructure, any company could roll this out from a standing start to perfection in 3 months. He went, David, not possible. He said to me, give me an example who could roll this out and do all the work we've done for 3 years in 3 months. I said, Apple or Google. Do you know what he said to me in a chat? He went, Apple or Google couldn't do this. And then I went, oh, fuck it, I'm going to bed.
Oh, wow.
They could roll this out in a month.
Apple and Google wouldn't do this. That's probably valid, but couldn't do that. That's a stretch.
Exactly. He said 3 years in the making. I said Apple and Google could roll this out from today, and it'd be perfect as it could be within 3 months. No, because Paul did it for 3 years. Apple and Google. What the fuck?
I've built more sophisticated things using Excel and Microsoft Access in short periods of time. So this is no.
It's bollocks.
Sorry.
It's bollocks.
I had another question. I said, Paul, can you tell me what language in code is written in? He didn't say. He didn't say. I'll get my tech back to come back to you. He just blanked me. I had 8 colleagues at work. So what code and tech language is it written into?
Yeah. Maybe they're just using like a Wix website too. Hey, if the answer came back, oh, we're using Wix.
Not that there's anything wrong with Wix or any other.
That's what I use for my website. Wix.com all the way.
Wix is cool, but I said to me at the beginning of this broadcast, everyone's underestimated who's involved how big a shit this is. It's massive. It's massive. It has the potential to have billions of pounds worth of stuff in it. Billions. And that's no exaggeration, is it? That's no exaggeration.
Yeah,
I think they'll make a good few pounds or dollars very quickly, and they think, you know what, you've made £1 million each, well, fuck off now. Job done. I don't think they're in for the long game.
Yeah, I think so too. It's probably either everyone is getting used here because
this product is definitely not what it's purported to be. So maybe everyone is getting screwed here, or this is a quick pump and dump. Maybe they had a investor who they thought they could convince to put $20 million into this, and maybe he's not buying it. Because
Paul said we got lots of money. There's so much money.
Yeah.
I think it's been run on a shoestring.
I don't think they have a lot of money, and the reason I say I don't think they have a lot of money is because Paul Thorpe was frantically selling all kinds of stuff throughout the summer.
Yeah.
And it's just like I'm like, why are you selling all the stuff? It's kind of
You're
seems
conflating. You're
Yeah.
drawing conclusions from two different.
Yeah. I don't want to.
Yeah, but it's on the same channel, so I
come
have
on,
to.
no.
Tim, you're painting too much negative. You have to.
No, but it's part of the whole.
He was selling. What was he doing? He was selling used Burberry to pay for the website. Come on.
I mean, he sold a whole bunch of guns. I mean, it was a 30-minute video where he displayed like 10 guns, each one around $1,000. That's £10,000.
Tim, we've talked about this before. When you're using a Q-tip in your ear, stop pushing when you feel resistance. Stop.
Okay. I mean, look, I look at all of this stuff because it's all in the same channel. It's all the part of the same fabric. There's a pattern here.
I do think he's
Maybe I look too deeply into it, but can you blame me when they mix it all up together on the same channel? Sorry.
Well, we don't have to go down that sort of rabbit.
No.
We don't even need to go that far to sort of question, to ask legitimate questions, which David, Buckley, myself, Max, other people have asked plenty. We don't need to sort of conflate it with other things.
I have a question here.
I'm a nosy guy.
Did I hear it right that the gray market dealers that are on Digital Watch Vault can see each user's registration for the watches? If they can actually find your profile and see.
Paul Thorpe's buddy on the live stream said
They
that
can?
he knows that basically OC.
I know, but OC, that's like a 50-50. Was he playing games? But David, you're shaking your head yes.
No, I watched a live stream this afternoon in the UK, and Paul's buddy said, I know some of your critiques or opponents are registered on the system.
Okay.
And at that point, I went, what? At that point, I went, what the fuck? How does his buddy, who has no interest in this business, know that some of his critiques are on the system?
So they probably have some kind of a backend. Dealers might have backend access.
All right. So I don't want to get conspiratorial here, but I want to just put this out there for people. If they can do that, if they have back-end access as a dealer, and they can do that, if the Wizard or TPG was on this site, what damage could they do?
Oh my God.
It doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah. Immense damage.
Immense damage.
And look, and Paul Thorpe trusted.
They can import all that shit to their own system. All of it.
So
all of it. They could in theory.
If they can do that, I don't know if they can do that. Like that guy that said that might have just been trying to make a point that he watches Tim and OC, and he knows that they have accounts. Blah blah blah.
Paul just said, no, you can't. But Paul didn't challenge him. When he said that, Paul didn't say fuck all.
No, Paul didn't challenge him because Paul's probably feeling kind of attacked. So he's not gonna challenge. He's just gonna.
These are not attacks. These are just questions.
But that's my question: is if a back end deal, if a dealer has access to the back end and can,
the users need to know.
He can go and look at anybody, right, and what they've registered. Then they know exactly what we all have. And if someone like TPG a year ago was on this site, that 5 million could have been 15 million.
And the rest.
And Paul believed TPG until the bitter end, until he spoke face to face with the victim. Not until then did he say, "Oh, you guys shouldn't deal with him." It was wild to watch.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm new to the watch game, relatively speaking, because it's only been the last 3 years I can afford nice watches. But let me ask you a question. Oh fuck! I forgot my question was. I'll come back to it. Oh shit! Carry on.
Okay, well, let me read this. Let me finish reading this super chat. Gatsby, guys, I promise you, you don't need an infrastructure or a tech team to build a digital watch vault. A competent college student could do it in a matter of days. That's what it seems like to me. It seems to like a very rudimentary, very basic website that's designed to sell an image, but of that it's a working website or like functional or secure. If it doesn't have a double verification system, how good can it be? Hey, Max Head says Paul wasn't sure who can see user data. He said maybe 3 people have admin access. Nothing stopping a rogue employee stealing all that. Yeah.
What do you mean he's not sure?
He's not sure. It's maybe 3 or 4.
What the?
And
This
yet-
is what I'm
and
talking
yet-
about, dude. It's like, how do you not know?
And yet, Danny was
one of the 3.
Was admitting to knowing that you and OC have got accounts on Digital Watch Vault. However,
but that could have been
OC's name, and you know what? I saw OC's name being doxed lately in the chat. So is it a coincidence that OC's name has been popping up in the streams more and more often, or did these guys because they want to send a message?
What message are they sending? Tim, I think you're getting conspiratorial.
Well, I'm just telling you facts. I've seen OC's name pop up.
I saw it too.
Yeah. So how is this conspiratorial? Is it
Because
a correlation or causation? There's some. It's not a causation, but there is correlation here.
Listen, it's more likely it's more likely Paul called that guy Danny and was like, "You believe these fucking assholes are talking shit about my company? Meanwhile, they're live registering their names." That's probably what happened to him. Let's be honest.
Well, Buckley, let me ask you: what does this site need to look like for you to register your watches in it? So, what would it need to look like?
I haven't even gone on the site until today because I heard enough from that guy not knowing anything to decide that this is not for me.
Fair enough.
It was just like it was just like don't like maybe in the future I'll let everybody else test it out. I'm not going to be the guinea pig.
I mean, look, Paul's a wealthy man. No question. I'm sure he's economically and financially heavily invested in it. But I've looked at his last 5 or 6 streams and his chats. He looks very tired and a bit anxious. He looks like, you know what I mean? He looks like he's very on the edge.
Yeah, he's probably pissed. He's probably pissed. He's probably really
This
angry.
thing is not going well. People, the haters are attacking him. He has to suck Archie's asshole. I mean, who wants to do that?
I remember the question.
Yeah.
D came on today and said, D's head of marketing and business development. He said, we've got all the major manufacturers, luxury manufacturers, who are fully on board, apart from one. The one who won't be on board will be Rolex. My question to you is, all of you, because I'm new to the watch game. I've been obsessive for 5 years. I've always liked watches, but before I couldn't afford them, right? But now I can afford them. Relatively speaking. So I'm asking you, lots more experienced watch enthusiasts and lovers. Do you believe when D says, I can't tell you the amount of traction we're getting from massive luxury dealers?
It didn't sound convincing at all. It sounded like they're getting no traction. It sounded like he's saying we're actually getting. He was saying one thing, but he meant the other.
No, but that's my question. I'm asking you lot as people who've been in this game much longer than I am, because I used to window shop, and now occasionally I can afford to shop, right? And I'm a watch obsessive and a lover. But so my question is, do you think that is? I can see why they would be interested. Vacheron, Amiga, anyone. But do you believe that's true or bullshit?
Bullshit.
Do you think so? Do you think all of them are told to fuck off?
They've probably been really nice and said that's a good idea. It's just it won't actually. They're going to hedge their bets. They've got no They
Plus,
won't gain anything by
Richemont,
burning bridges now.
I think they probably all have it in house.
Yeah, they have a Richemont based one. What is it
Well,
called?
Amiga do because
Aquarius.
I think all brands have some sort of program like that. But the problem is they don't work because you're never going to find the watch again.
oh yeah. Yeah.
That's why Rolex doesn't work. Is my Rolex, let's say, is stolen. The guy's not taking it to 47th Street and then putting it in the case and reselling it to Tim, who in 5 years is like, oh, it's not working. Let me get it serviced. They're not doing that. That's why you never find them. This could be also a huge reason for the CPO, because I think brands like Rolex are tired of Roman and these other guys taking that secondary business. And a big aspect of that is fakes and this bullshit.
That's still. I said that 2 years ago. Why should you make money on the back of our product and not making money? Watches going at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times RRP. What the fuck?
Look, these brands know every single watch they've ever made. They know how many. They're the only people who know.
Yeah.
Right? They're the only people who know.
And
So
Paul said, oh, Rolex, they know what they're doing. They employ 8,000 people. Of course they do. They employ 8,000 people. They got the best tech guys, the best marketing guys, the best lawyers, the best
of the best, yeah.
The best of the best of the best of the best. He said, yeah, they know what they're doing. No fucking shit, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. If they can't fix it, I mean,
It can't be fixed.
It can't be, because I truly believe this. The watches are not, it's not a whole watch moving around in the black market. It's just being destroyed. You're never going to find it. The guy who's actually buying the watch from the crackhead, he's the smart one. He knows how to run this whole thing. I mean,
say it again. Say that again.
The guy that's buying the watch from the crackhead,
yeah,
the chop shop itself, they're not dumb. Like I said this before on this stream. People come to these meetups in New York City in Tim's world, and they go to all of them go to 47th Street at least once just to see all the watches and the cases, right?
Yeah.
What they don't realize is every single one of those buildings has 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 stories above every store. And on those floors is hundreds of private locked door jewelers that are operating. And in there is where all the shady shit happens. There are tens of thousands of people selling jewelry and watches on 47th Street. The windows is like less than 10% of what actually goes on. So like it's such a crazy world, that the jewelry world. There's so much crime that goes on. Like these watches that are stolen in Harlem, they're never making it into those shops. The only thing that's making it into the shop is a piece of the watch. It's unidentifiable. It's gone. You're never finding it.
Okay, I get it as Rolex or Patek or
all the brands.
But do people fake Amigas? Really? Is your
You don't
crackhead?
need to fake. You don't need to fake it. You just need to part it out. They might only pay, like you said, a $9,000 watch. They might pay $200 for it.
Stop it! Stop it!
Well, I'm serious. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
my AD said, David, your Amiga, it's gone. It will never get back in the system ever.
It's gone.
It will never get back. It's gone.
If Rolex put a serial number, which this will never happen, but if there was a micro serial number on every major part of the watch, digital watch vault could work.
How about this, Bucky? A chip the size of the end of a pinprick. That would work, right? A chip.
They're putting that in cheese now. Did you guys hear that?
Hypothetically, it could work. I mean,
that seemed to me a
microchip,
an obvious play. A tiny chip, yeah, the size of the end of my pen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, do you like the other thing too with the gray market? This is the funniest thing. Like you'll watch a CRM or you'll watch you'll watch a Roman, you'll watch these guys, and they always have a video like once a
Get
month.
Ocean, read Ocean, get Ocean on.
He'll probably come on, we'll keep talking shit.
Yeah, link for Oshin if he wants to hop on. But he says digital watch vault isn't designed to work. That's what I'm saying. Like it actually depends on it not working, because the more crime there is, the more money they'll be able to make.
Why would you spend hundreds of thousands of pounds for something you know is not going to work? It doesn't make sense to me. I might be wrong.
And this is why we've asked questions about, you know, what statistics are you using before and afterwards to measure success. When you set up a project, when you have a business plan, you always have sort of key metrics.
Yeah,
they've not been transparent about it, so they can just. I mean, it's. I'm trying to think of something like that would be an analogy to explain this in a sort of more succinct way. But if you're just actually just business as usual before and after the invention of the digital watch vault, but all you've done is introduced a way to monetize data, but the amount of thefts before and afterwards are probably going to be roughly about the same. Maybe one or two watches might be recovered because somebody sold a watch to somebody that went into Rolex to get it serviced. That's about
really dumb people, the less than 1% of dumb criminals, it sure it could stop it, but these guys that are in the business of stolen watches, and believe me, all around the world there are guys that are in the business of stolen watches. They use these fucking things to launder money. Okay?
Yeah.
These things are used for a lot of things. And what I was saying before is with the parts, you look at Roman and you look at these guys in their videos, because they always have their one fake watch video, right? Like, this fake was so good. And what do? They go like this. They go, this doesn't feel correct. So at Roman's company, if Roman is the only guy who can do this and he has 20 salespeople, what if they don't know how to fucking do that?
Yeah.
Right? What if, because Bucherer told us, me and somebody else, with the CPO, like 15% of the watches when they get to Rolex are being destroyed because they're either so messed up or they have fake parts, and Bucherer didn't see it on the way in.
Wow.
So now they have a machine that they put it through, and it's almost like an X-ray machine to check.
Yeah.
So if they, like, people don't understand how fucking crazy the watch world is with crime. And to be that naive to think that I steal my watch from David and I sell it to Timmy, and Timmy will eventually bring it to be serviced.
If you think about, I'm thinking about an app. You know that before it was incorporated in Android or the iPhone, you used to get an app to be able to use your camera lights as a torch.
Yeah.
That the only reason why Google decided to incorporate it into their OS is because a lot of those developers of those torchlight apps were using it to harvest data left, right, and center. So things were unrelated to the actual app, like your use of the phone, your accurate location, all of this sort of stuff. And Google was getting so much blowback on that. They said, screw this. We're just going to have it in-house and cut off that source of revenue for these rogue developers that are using a valid technology, but using it to harvest data.
Yeah.
So I just think that the digital watch, just in its current guise, the digital watch vault, until Paul Thorpe can convince us, can prove otherwise, is just an app just to essentially turn you into monetizing data.
Right. Exactly.
I wish, and I don't know whose fault that is. Is that I don't don't know if that's Paul or the people that are.
I don't think he understands it that way, because I think to him he sees it in this positive light, because he doesn't see how the incentives are actually perverse, and it's not like for this thing to be financially sustainable, all efforts will have to go into somehow marketing this data and getting the most squeeze for the buck.
But let me ask you all a question. It won't take much, or in my view, and I could be complete bollocks, it won't take much for 2 or 3 big secondary market dealers to back this physically, and it'll kick off. So if BQ watches in the UK say we'll have it, as they are, and if Roman Shaft says I'm backing this, and there's proof in the pudding, we could see they're registering their shit on the site. It's going to kick off, right?
It could. I mean,
Well, they already are backing it.
I think. I mean,
yeah, but that's in words. I mean action, Alex. I mean action, rather than just saying, "Oh, it's a great idea."
I think if we're talking very bluntly,
yeah,
one of Paul's greatest strengths is he's a successful business guy, right?
Yep, great salesman.
One of the things that I think
He's okay.
I think that he can't fathom and is very, very frustrated with is that he couldn't get Tim and O'Sheen on board and in line to help promote this, because it's like, can't you see we're all going to make a bunch of money?
I could have been the millionaire. I chose not to.
I think his frustration is, Tim, you're stupid.
I'm stupid for not taking the money, right?
I mean, that's what I see. That's what I see. Is it's like, we have this great. We could all work together. Link, that's Diego. We can all work together, right? And Tim, like, why would you go against this foolproof plan? Are you dumb? And the answer is yes, he is.
It's no great secret, and it's not criticism. Paul likes a pound note or a dollar, right? He likes a pound note. He really does.
I like a pound note.
Or a dollar, right? They do. And I have no problem with that. You know, we got to eat. We like
It's
nice
not
food.
that I like. Yeah, well, exactly. I have expenses, right? Like I want to do the show. The viewers want me to do the show. Whoever's going to report for this? If I take money from the cartel, I'm not going to report the truth.
Yeah, good point.
What value? What value am I of if I'm taking money from cartel and towing the cartel line to you guys? I'd be lying. I'd be literally of no fucking purpose. The only reason the only purpose I serve is that I could say these things independently and I could tell the truth. I'm not bought by anyone. These guys tried to buy me. I don't want their fucking money.
Did you see today, Tim, on the buck, you may have seen it or not paid attention. Someone said, this is my Grail watch, yeah, and it won't happen for 5 years. I love Langer, yeah, for 2 reasons. I love Langer for the reasons that you know. I love Langer that I can walk down a high street in London and no little cunt will chop my hand off because they won't know what it is, right? They won't know what it is, right? That's perfect, right? No little crackhead is going to rob me of my Langer because they'll think it's a toy watch and a cracker, right?
Exactly.
Perfect.
They'll think it's a gas station watch.
exactly that. But someone said to what about Langer? And he went, I can't say. I think Langer won't be fucking interested. And he said, it was not wink. I can't say. Langer. Well, I might be wrong. Would Langer be interested in this? What do you think? I don't know.
Come on. Never.
I mean, it's like the same answer for everything. You know, it's oh man, I hate. I'm so hesitant to continue because I like Paul. So I feel like
he's a great guy. I think he's actually innocent. I think he's a victim in all of this.
David, what we're doing, it doesn't matter how many times we say we like Paul. There's no coming back. It's all like he's.
No. Actually, look,
Tim,
I think he's a victim. I think Paul Thorpe is a victim.
He's not a victim.
I think he's a victim of a bigger thing here.
I'll be honest. As I think about this, and Tim's been mentioned for the last hour and a half. As I think about this on reflection, I think Tim might be right. I think Paul might have been played. Paul is a hustler and a bustler and a very good one. But when I think about it now, Tim's been going on for the last hour and a half. I'm thinking, you know what? I think he might be. Now I think about it, I think he might be right.
Think about it.
Tim,
I mean, he's talking this thing up, but he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Tim, I did the math. I did the math. Okay.
Yeah.
I know we talked about this earlier today.
But I'm going to give you the math that Paul
Hi,
Thorpe was
Diego. Nice to
given.
meet you.
You too. Here's the math that Paul Thorpe was given, which is why he jumped on board. They
Okay.
said, Paul, if we get 100,000 people out of the surely million that are going to sign up for Digital Watch Vault to click our affiliated insurance link, and let's assume that each one of those 100,000 people insures up to $10,000 in watches, and we get 0.5%, Paul, we just made $5 million a year. It's the insurance is, I know everybody's talking about they're going to sell the lists and all that kind of shit, but 0.5% for 100,000 users at $10,000 insurance premiums, or not premiums, but just insurance value, that's $5 million. And they probably much less conservative numbers. So when Paul told you could have been a millionaire, Tim,
I could have been a millionaire.
they're
I could have
probably
had a pop.
thinking
I
that
could have
in
had.
5 years they'll have 1 million subscribers.
You know what the number they told me? They said I could have made $2 million. That was the math that was given to me. In
Because look, we know he's not going to make the money on ads. There's only so much money to be gained from lists. So where else are they going to make their
Well,
money?
Diego, they will, because
They're
also
they're,
today,
they're going to
but
get
there's no
kickbacks from these insurance companies.
also today, they're going to do a newsletter or an e-letter every week, which will drive traffic to the site.
there's no way they're gonna get that many people to sign up.
I know, but that's what Paul was sold.
That's what. Yeah. So but that's what I'm saying. He's a victim.
Look, you know what they said? They
He's
said,
a
Paul,
victim. He was
you've
told
got.
he can make millions on this thing.
They said,
They
Paul,
told him
you've
he
got
can finally
90,000
retire on this
subs.
money. No
They said, you've
more.
got how
No more
many?
trying to survive on 18,000 per month. He would be able to get a big payout.
No, but seriously, they probably told him, look how many followers you have on YouTube, Instagram, and look at all these people's followers that we're partnering with. You don't think we can get 100,000 people to sign up? You
Yeah.
don't think we can get them to buy insurance through our affiliated companies?
Like
Of
Diego
course
said,
we can.
Roman and producer Michael combined have 2 million subs. If only 10% sign up, that's 200,000. He'll get
Yeah, and if 50% of that 200,000 decide I'm going to insure up to 10,000 in watches each, well, we all know everybody has way bigger collections than that. 0.5% of the take of that is $5 million freaking dollars a year.
And Diego, that's year on year recurring revenue.
Exactly. That's how you get into the millions, Tim. Because you're not going to get into the millions with ad revenue, and you're not going to get into the millions by selling the list to Spencer. You're not going to get into the millions by selling it to, I don't know, Suzuki to
So
sell
this is
somebody a
just a
jet
way
ski.
to sell insurance. The digital watch vault is just a way to sell watch insurance.
Tell me how else you make millions with the digital watch vault, and I'll be all ears.
I mean, like you said with the insurance, they can do that with 20 different products. I don't, who knows? But we need Rose Paul.
I'm quite jealous, because if I had the money and the time and another full-time job working for a big corporate, I think.
And on their website, they have 2 insurance companies that they say, go ahead and click on these and insure your pieces while you're here.
Oh.
TH March is one.
Yeah, go to digitalwatchvault.com and scroll to the bottom. Don't log in. You just scroll to the bottom, and they're right there.
And then the broker or the insurer gives them a kickback.
I think you're logged in.
Do you know what I think will happen going forward? I think that I work in private equity, and the partners and managing directors earn silly money. And
There it is. Boom.
Their watch collections, which they go TH March. They're big watch collectors. They like watches.
You don't think they're getting a piece of that, Tim?
Oh, so this is this is what this website is for.
Yeah.
Its only goal is to sell these codes, to get people sign up for.
I mean, that's not the only goal, but you show me another way that they make millions besides this.
That's one That's one vertical or one revenue stream that can make them a lot of money.
Could be a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Could start
Yeah.
selling safes on there.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I think Diego has a good point that there's probably a lot of different ways. But we can all agree.
Rose Paul says it's not a brokerage kickback; it's a 50-cent referral.
Yeah,
Link.
but if they can get all right, so 100,000
Maybe
users.
after they sell a few of these referrals,
Hold on.
maybe then they can say, "Can we get the brokerage link?"
Hold on, Tim. 100,000 users at $10,000 each is $1 billion of insured watches. 3% of that is
330 million.
that's 30 million bucks. You don't think they're going to kick back 5?
At least.
And that's just 1 year worth of revenue.
Gatsby says insurance companies don't pay commissions to anyone but licensed broker. Well, they probably would hope to become a licensed broker. In fact, I know that Roman Sheriff said he's going to.
In the UK, that's in the UK, they don't give a fuck. So brokers and insurers will kick back to anyone who makes a referral with a premium.
Really?
I don't know the US, but in the UK, they'll go, yeah, fuck it, we'll have it.
Yeah, wow. Incredible.
I don't know, but there's definitely a way that they're planning to make money because this is not going to stop watch crime.
But can I ask you,
For their sake, let's hope not.
What is your
That's how
problem?
they keep selling more.
What is your problem with them making money? Because they're not doing it for their health. I don't
care if they make money. I don't care at all.
Because
I wish I had a way to make money like this. I don't care.
Yes,
I don't think this is a great way to make money.
Really?
I don't think so.
I think it's a great way to make money.
I just don't think that there's a lot of money in this. It's just these graphics don't impress me. I see bullshit graphics when I see them.
It's a shit site. It's a shit site. But as my parents said, people are sheep, right?
Yes, they definitely are. You saw how many people were in the chat licking Paul Thorpe's butthole, just simping for him, just simping, just taking him at every one of his words.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the same people that rode Roman Sheriff's, Dick, when Roman Sheriff was saying all that bullshit about the Portnoy watch. Like, come on, people, just like, does everybody have to follow all the orders from these guys?
And what's to stop Anthony Farrer registering all his stolen watches?
That's a great, yeah, I know.
Or trying to game the system. Oh yeah, by the way, see, I put "Am I blocked?" in the chat. I'm blocked. Nobody could see it.
No, I saw a comment during the chat.
No, that was a troll account.
Well, it was when Marcelo appeared. Was it not you?
Yeah, no. There was a troll account that used my name. And it was deleted, and then you sent me a message and you said, "Hey, I just saw you blown up in the chat," and I said, "Oh, I didn't get blown up. I was actually my comment was never seen."
Okay.
So you see, this is how sneaky YouTube is. If you are blocked, it will steal the comment. It will keep the comment for you to see it. It won't let you know that, hey, you're not being seen.
Diego, let me ask you: Do you think they'll make money, i.e., a profit, no matter how soon that profit might be in the short term? I think they will make good money.
I don't think they're going to make any money, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know that, Tim, but
I don't think it will work. I'm sorry. I'm like, I know how these tech companies fail. 8 out of 10 of tech companies fail.
Yeah.
This is, you know what? This is, to me, this is worse than the hat that will revolutionize the world. There's always ads on something new on Instagram. I get these pants and hats. They say this is the pants that have an app for it. The app tells you how moist your pants are. Like, what the fuck? Why do I need my iPhone to be connected to my pants? Oh, it's like when you're exercising, you can tell how much you're sweating. Like, oh my God, it's sick. You understand? It's sick. These are tech solutions for the problems that don't exist, and I think this is just one of those flops.
George, I think what might happen, and this is a pure guess, it will just lumber along, make a few quid or dollars going forward, and then a VC or PE fund will say, "Do you know what? We'll take it over. It's a couple $100,000 each. Fuck off, and we'll do it ourselves." They built the platform, and they'll do it properly. That might be a play for them. Is that actually, you know what?
Sure. That's a valid play, and if they do that, then great.
Let me come back to you on that one, David.
Yep.
Because we've been trying to separate the Paul Thorpe, the man, and the digital watch vault, the principle. Now we've been talking round and round and round in circles, and it doesn't seem to be any version of the digital watch vault which would prevent what Buckley has been saying, that crackheads don't care, organized crime don't care, pickpockets.
Why don't crackheads about the existence of the digital watch vault? Do you understand how preposterous all of this is?
So if it doesn't matter if it's the best organized digital watch vault in the world.
Exactly.
I think Buckley is saying that it's not going to work ever. It doesn't matter who's running it. It could be Bill Gates. It could be the resurrected body of Steve Jobs. It's not going to work.
Not going to work.
So you don't think Apple or Google can make this work to almost perfection?
No,
Really?
because the people that steal the watch, look, you know why I know it's not going to work? Because if a criminal wants to buy a gun to rob you, they'll risk 20 years life in prison to buy a gun with no serial number illegally to rob you. They don't give a fuck. Paul is hoping that these gray market guys that may or may not be buying the stolen watches are going to come around and out themselves by not joining the digital watch vault.
Yep.
And my argument is, number one, no, they're not. And number two, I think they already know who those people are.
Okay.
So no digital watch vault will work.
Well, Buckley,
Rolex already tried. Patek
Buckley,
tried.
in the US and the UK, there are thousands of crackheads who steal watches. Thousands of they can't know them all.
Drug addicts steal everything. Drug addicts rob their own family for fucking pennies. So
true. Yeah, true. Yeah.
It's not even that, but it's also, you have to think about gangs. You have to think about these, like the young girls that are doing the pickpockets that are trafficked from all around the world that are trained to do that. These people don't care. They don't care.
So this is why it would be interesting to know what percentage of stolen watches don't go to crackheads, don't go to organized criminals, don't go to whatever. What percentage of that actually make it back into the retail space?
I reckon it's 1%.
Yeah, less than 5%. I don't know. Well, so Alex, you're asking a question that I asked to that guy, the founder.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
He's like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. No, that for me is still the great unanswered question that conveniently has never gone back to. No one has gone back to us.
No, because they actually do. At the root of this is the criticism of Paul. This is where, if he hears this, he'll be like, okay, ban that guy. I know, I feel like the gray market, just like people who are in the automotive field, just because they're not partaking, they know where the chop shop is. They know who's doing it. They know how it's done. You can't go through your entire career and not know in your industry who the shady people are, the shady companies, and how they do it. You fucking know. This was my other criticism of Roman when I was talking to Paul months ago about TPG. You guys couldn't figure out that a guy who's spending 300 grand a month must be selling 3-4 million a month, which would match the revenue of like a watch box, and you didn't think it's weird? And they're like, no. It's like, okay.
Or Buckley, once a month at least, going out and spunking 20 grand on a steak meal.
So I'm saying the guy's spending 300 grand a month, and you guys can't figure out that he's probably not doing the business, or if he is, something's wrong. Everybody, like all the people who knew Bernie Madoff, kind of knew. They just didn't speak up. Even Chase Bank. Chase Bank was like, whatever. Right? They kind of knew.
Chase Bank, who have trillions of pounds of investments. Trillions.
Yeah. So it's like, I think Paul and his 40 years of experience, they know the chop shops. They know how it's done, especially in Europe. This isn't America. America's got a little, like, we probably have some trafficking, but we don't have groups of little girls that are setting up fucking fake scenarios to rob people of their jewelry in the middle of Pisa in Italy. Like, we don't have that. That's a new phenomenon.
Is that much worse in Europe than it is in the US? Is it much worse in Europe?
That type of thing. We don't have the pickpocket thing. It's like, okay, guy on the subway reaches for a 20. But like these fucking magicians that walk up and jack your watch, or these like scenarios where you think someone's having a heart attack and then 12 little girls pop out that are 10 years old and rob you. That doesn't happen. Like, we don't have that. So, you know, I call bullshit, and I think they know. And I think they know that there's no way this can work.
Gatsby, $5 super chat. Vehicles, cell phones, and firearms are all tracked in a database. It's mandatory in most countries. What has that done to eliminate theft?
Well, in the UK, we don't do guns. You're not allowed a gun in the UK. We just don't do guns. Simple.
Yeah, but criminals still get guns.
You
Yeah,
still get guns, yeah.
I can't have a gun. If I have a gun, I
You
get a
can't,
minimum.
But legally, you cannot have a gun.
Like,
You can't have it legally.
You can.
If I get caught,
You can get guns. You can get guns in the UK. You have to be a registered. You have to be a registered keeper.
If I get caught with a gun now, I get a minimum of 5 years. If I'm allowed to have a gun as a registered keeper, as it says, I walk out to the shop to get some cigarettes,
you'll be done for that.
I get 5 years minimum.
Yes,
No,
you can't. So you can't use it out and about. You can have it at a registered.
Check this out. So what you just proved my point. The guy who robs you at gunpoint, because let's be honest, he must have something in his hand that you're like, okay, take my watch, right? So it's probably a gun. And if he robs you at gunpoint, he's willing to risk 5 years in prison. Do you think he goes, well, prison's not the thing that was going to stop me. The digital watch vault, I can't fucking, that's a little bit too much of a risk at this point. They don't give a fuck. Like, this whole thing is so silly. They're going to do it, and it might even help them. I don't know. Who knows?
But I think I don't know how much it's been overstated by the digital watch vault. How many of these watches are going to be sold to dealers? I think what Paul has maintained is that if we can get all the grey market dealers involved, then it will reduce the possibility for stolen watches to be sold into that market. My question is, and we've answered this before, how many watches actually do get sold into the grey market? And you're saying it's less than one. It's probably 1%. So 99% is just going to be circulated amongst crackheads, pickpockets, and organized crimes. And that's
No. 100% of the watches are winding. 100% of them are winding back up at the gray market. All of them. Because they have to wind up there. That's the only people who will exchange dollars for the thing, right? They're not going to Tim. They're not coming to me. They're not walking into, the private equity office and saying, do you guys see any value in this? No, they're going. The only place they can go is the gray market, because the gray market knows what to do with them.
Yeah.
Your question is, how many of those watches are remaining whole, and what percent of those whole watches are winding back up into the hands of a Rolex service technician to see that it's stolen, and I think it's like less than 1%.
Mhm.
Because they've
Sure.
thought of that. Of course they've thought of that. This is their business, right? This is their business. Their business is crime.
And I'll choose my words carefully, but Paul said, and he said, the video's up there. He sold watches, yeah, new sliders, unworn, whatever, and the links. He signs it. If there's spare links, you keep them. I was like, what the fuck? I can't believe you said that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like you just admitted you keep links that clients don't know, give them back. I go to watch in Switzerland. I've got skinny wrists, 5-inch wrists. David, they're 4 spare links. They don't take them. They put them in a packet and they put it in your box.
Yeah.
How mad is that?
Even better. The vintage guys, very often they'll take parts from all different vintage watches and build the watch. So let's say it's all original.
Yeah.
That watch is not original. They just pulled a bunch of original parts from different watches, and now it's original. So this is what I'm saying, guys. It's like, look, I like Paul, but the night
I like Paul.
I'm not that naive. Like, I know you know the chop shops. I know you know where the you know it. You just your fucking gut, right? You know if you know, you know. If you know, you know. And of course they know. Where's O'Sheen? Didn't he deal with like stolen computer parts? He fucking knows.
Yeah, back in the day, my brother's a computer science working for the Ministry of Defence. Back in the day, computer chips, they were worth fortunes. I mean, crazy money. It made watches look like kindergarten. It was
Really?
absolutely crazy money. But that was 20 years ago. So you steal a chip when it's all new,
Yeah.
you can make tens of thousands a week. And people
Wow.
would go up and just go to offices, break in the offices, just
And
computers,
steal the chips.
and just steal the chips.
Jesus.
Make tens of thousands a week. I know it
Yeah.
sounds fanciful, but it's true. Not now. but
Investment
20
janitor, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, do not give your watch information to anyone except your insurance company. Period. And Vimal Nair, thank you so much for being a member for your first month. He's got a free super chat. This is what you guys get with the membership. When you become a member of the Tim Wright YouTube channel, you get the facts unfiltered. You get them straight from the horse's mouth, and all I ask is you become a $4 to $10 member. The link to becoming a member is in the chat. $10 memberships, you get a access to my WhatsApp group where we share additional stuff, like the time that I was in. But by the way, Buckley, did you see I made it into Mr. Wonderful video?
Yeah, I saw that.
What the heck?
The other thing too is it's like, let's use some common sense here. If there's a chop shop, right?
Yes.
For lack of a better term, I'm going to keep using chop shop. If
A
there's
wristwatch
chop shop-
butcher.
let's say there's one in Miami, New York, LA, whatever the street is in the UK. Okay. Right? And their whole business is this 50% or more.
Preparing stolen watches for resale.
Do you think that they're all of a sudden going to go, well, time to abandon this business because the digital watch vault is here and I got to sign up?
Well, I think actually the incentive is opposite. Let's see if we can get a friend who works at the digital watch vault, and if we can get him to verify these watches that we just processed from being stolen to being legit. Let's just give them a certificate of authenticity, and this could be back-ended and could create potentially, people could be easily corrupted. People are corruptible, and if you're working at a place like this that solely supported by money coming from the ads, and if there's not enough money, people are going to do what they need to do to survive. If that means altering some information, who knows? I mean, that's what happens when you're working at an underfunded operation.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I might be missing a point here. What's the authentication piece about this? Is that important? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
The authentication of what I put in the vault.
Oh yeah, the trusted gray market dealers can authenticate watches as being genuine.
But how can you authenticate that? How do you do that?
Oh, Paul thought, well, a Roman sheriff can take a look at it and make a mark in the digital watch vault that he inspected it and it's authentic.
Yeah, but I live in London. How do they do that?
You have to go to BQ Watches.
Fuck that. Yeah, but you can't do that. If there's a million watches in the vault, you can't. I'm confused how you authenticate watches as being genuine that are in the vault. What am I getting confused about? Am I missing something?
It's nothing makes sense because this thing is.
Oh, you're talking about if you've registered the watch, is it legit? Is that
So
right?
I could have bought this off Looky Man in Thailand, right?
Yeah.
It's worth $50. Yeah, it's not. But I've got my watches in the vault, yeah, and I sold them to Buckley, I sold them to Timmy, I sold them to you, right? They're in the vault. That to me presumes there's a sense of authenticity about it, but they could be like worth £100.
I think that question was. I think that is a common question that's arisen about how do you can only prove something is authentic if you can trace it back to its original purchase date.
Yep.
Now, if people are getting their watches that they've owned for years or they purchased from other people and community, they registered with a digital watch vault. That doesn't mean that it wasn't an inauthentic watch prior to you registering it.
Yeah.
So unless they're going to be working with the manufacturers to get, this watch, this is the details, does this marry up with what we've got, then they can't really answer that question. In my mind, I don't see how they can answer that question.
So it requires a physical inspection, right?
Yeah, but that inspection is only as good as the day that it was inspected.
I'm quite fortunate. I don't go grey. I sit and wait for my turn to get the call. So I buy from Watches Switzerland in London. If I bought from BQ Watches, and I'm sure they're pucker and kosher, I don't understand. Without inspecting my watch, you have no idea whether the watch I put in the vault is bollocks. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Am I getting confused?
Yeah.
No, but and even then, mistakes can happen. They have legitimate dealers, grey market dealers, have stolen by accident stolen watches.
Yep.
It's a big bureaucratic nightmare.
By accident, maybe. By accident, maybe.
But you know how easy it is to make a typo?
No.
Yeah.
You guys see me type. I make mistakes all the time in the chat.
I do it all day, every day. Everyone does.
Yeah.
Look, Roman at this point, he can authenticate a watch and he'll risk his whole reputation. And you can believe in his reputation when he says the watch is real. You don't have to question that.
Yeah.
Same thing with Paul. Same thing. Like, it's not them. It's like I told you before. When you go to 47th Street, you see 100 windows. There's 10,000 dealers. A lot of business is going on that you can't see. And a lot of stupid people are getting their arm grabbed and they're getting pulled upstairs and they're getting fucked.
Really?
Oh my God. It happens every day. That's what people don't see.
You're
about
getting
47th.
pounded in the back room.
Oh, yeah. Really? 100%. 100%.
Getting blasted.
Absolutely getting destroyed. You're only seeing the commercial part.
Yeah.
You're seeing the most.
You guys haven't seen the dirty side.
We have the equivalent in
Grey market
London.
dealer.
We call it Hatton Garden. So that's our 47th Street. But that shit doesn't happen.
My 47. I'm calling it my 47th Street is 1,000 times larger than your 47th Street. It's the mothership. It's the mothership.
Yeah.
One thing is that shit in London, our 47th Street, Hatton Garden, which is tiny by comparison to 47th Street, that shit doesn't happen.
No, but here, and you know where they learned it was diamonds. Diamonds is where they learned it. It's not watches. Most of the money is made in fucking people over on diamonds.
Exchanging gold like is raw commodity as well. It's a very common.
It's like the biggest gray market by me. The biggest gray market dealer, their original business was buying and melting down gold.
There you go, yeah.
Okay.
If I bring them a watch to sell, they pick it up out of the box. They spin it and they go like this, and they go, "Okay, how much?"
Is that it? Is that,
Not a
is that,
great,
is that their
not a
process?
great authentication if you think about it.
Sorry?
It's not a great authentication.
No, it's bullshit.
They're also gray market dealers. What they're supposed to do is when they buy a watch from you, they're supposed to take your license, make a copy, and they're supposed to have you sign a book that you were there. Because if the watch does come back stolen, they go and they say, "This guy sold it to me." Most people, most gray market dealers do not do that.
In the UK, you have to driving license, passport, and a utility bill, electric, gas. Give it to them. If you don't come with that shit, play to fuck off.
Well, so now what we're talking about is even worse for digital watch vault. It sounds like the UK is not where the stolen watches are winding up. It's just where they're being stolen.
Yeah, good point.
Do you think that they give a fuck in China?
No.
No. They in China they save pennies to build manufacturing facilities that eventually collapse and kill hundreds of people, and they don't care. You
Yeah.
think they care about the digital watch? This is what I'm saying.
And it's not even needed in Dubai because
People
there's
that
no
are
watch
the
crime
problem-
there.
The people that are the problem, do you really think they care and that they're going to stop?
No.
Never. So it doesn't matter. This is nothing against Paul. The only gripe against Paul would be you kind of know this and there's some sort of bait and switch going on with this company. Or there's something we don't understand and you got to get better at communicating it. It's your fault, not ours. But
It's definitely their fault.
it's not anything to do with Paul. A digital watch vault just will not work. Just like taking all the guns out of the UK.
He was sold a
doesn't
pipe
stop
dream.
crime. It didn't stop crime because they still find the fucking gun and commit the crime.
Paul is a victim.
Buckley, in the UK, we even criminals, not many criminals, not many serious criminals, serious gangsters, not many have guns. We just don't do it. Because if you get caught with a gun, you're fucked.
No,
Absolutely.
Paul is a
They-
victim.
The criminals that want to commit the crime, they don't care. They still use a gun.
True. Yeah. True.
They still use the gun. You know, like it's always this argument of, well, if there wasn't the gun, there wouldn't have been the crime. And it's like the atrocity they committed. Do you think the crime of achieving the gun would have stopped them from the atrocity? No. Just like digital watch vault won't stop the crackhead.
No.
Exactly.
This
The
is just-
crackheads doesn't even know what
I'm
is
sorry,
digital watch vault.
I'm sorry to Paul, but this is just fucking common sense, man. You know, I don't know.
Your crackhead can't spell digital. Your crackhead can't spell digital watch vault. He can't spell it.
Tim can't say it either.
What?
Digital watch vault.
Say digital watch vault 3 times and Paul Thorpe will appear behind you. And will say, "Why do you slander my name?"
Rolex couldn't stop it. Just like they can't stop. Well, they can stop the flipping, but they don't want to.
But are Rolex trying to stop it? I'm not sure they are.
Flipping is good for Rolex. It's demand.
No, it's bad.
Flipping is not worst thing for a watch brand. Obviously, it helped AP quite a bit, and people will argue that it didn't, but obviously it did. But with Rolex, there is a problem if your customers are afraid to buy and wear your watches.
Speaking of true AP owners, hey OP,
OP. That's a combination of AP and OC.
Yeah, OP.
All right, Dad's here. I can stop talking.
No. Keep talking about. I love the digital watch vault, and the topic is so entertaining to me. For fuck's sake.
OC has no interest.
Absolutely zero interest.
Talking about the digital watch.
Yeah,
I just want to talk about the new Platona that they're flooding.
Yeah.
They're flooding the market. We just had a first unboxing last night, and today. Oh no, sorry, that was the Le Mans. This is just the Platinum Daytona.
This is the Platinum Daytona non-baguette. So this is the regular, the new thin boats. It's gorgeous, right? 100. It can be yours for 124,000.
We should take this home.
Is that the RRP?
That's a great market price.
Oh no. The retail price is like 71 or 72.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck that.
70, 74, something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close.
It's a big markup. It's a big score for whoever gets one at retail.
What was it going at the height on the grey market?
Oh, way more.
200?
Yeah. I don't know.
Probably.
155, 170, somewhere. I don't think they went over 200 though.
I don't remember, but they were high.
Is it true that the John Mayer was going at 250 at one point on the grey market?
No.
Okay.
Maybe 115 or 120.
And the RRP is what, 40?
38.
So it's getting 3 times money.
Yeah. Well, flip it. Like, that's the other thing too, is people are like, who has the time and incentive to flip a watch? It's like, I'm sorry. In my neighborhood, people flip a house for 50 grand across 6 months. You don't think there's incentive to flip a fucking watch for 50 grand? Of course there is.
Oh, people wait in line, for 30 minutes in the morning to get a Blancpain or a Moonswatch that they could flip for an extra $100.
Yeah. It's like,
oh, Tim, drop a link for Brody because he wants to do an unboxing. It seems.
Yes, he wants to unbox a Platinum Daytona.
From
No way.
his car.
No way. So.
Tim's gone AWOL.
It's okay. There's a good looking watch on the screen. So
the Le Mans that was unboxed last night. What's the RRP on that again?
It's 51,400, I think.
US dollars.
US, yeah.
So that's about 40,000 sterling. And they go for about 250.
I think the initial ones that sold for about 225. I haven't seen anything sell for over that, although you see a lot of listings, fake listings on Chrono or more than that.
So 40,000, so 50,000 US, going for 225 on the grey market. That's insane.
And look at this.
Yeah. This is the Platinum Baguette, 145 to your door.
Tim, can you drop a link for Brody? He wants to do an unboxing.
Oh yeah, let's do an unboxing.
Is that plus taxes?
What happened?
Is that plus taxes?
Plus taxes? No taxes. This is
No taxes. This is
jewelry to jewelry.
And then there's finally one last one. If you like the Platinum Daytona Baguette, boom. This was an auction that was held earlier tonight, and it closed about an hour ago. This is the Platinum Baguette.
Yeah.
And it sold for $124,500.
Wow, $124,500. It's cheap for platinum. But Baguette. Brody!
Yeah, Brody's in the car.
Did you get a Platinum Daytona? Brody is doing
No.
an unboxing.
No, my sound absolutely sucks. Is it? Do I sound okay?
Yeah, it's better than normal.
Yeah, better than normal.
Because you guys sound like shit in my
No
car.
refrigerator in the background.
What's that?
No, nothing.
It's a
digital fridge.
So it's a little dark, but I'll be at my office in like 20 minutes.
Okay.
I can get better light. So if you're still on, I'll check with you then.
Oh sure, drag it
20
on for
minutes.
another.
That's a good time. Okay, we
long
have to
time.
drag this thing. All right. I hate to do it. Huh?
I can't. It's so dark in the car. I can't get
This
good light.
show is dead. It's 20 minutes is a lot of time. I mean,
Brody, do you want to do it tomorrow?
I mean, we.
No, I could do it tomorrow. I was just, I was.
Do this fight.
We'll stall. We'll come up with something for 20 minutes.
OC said he was. Hold on. OC said he was a little tired of the digital watch. So yeah,
No,
I'm trying to change it up for you, Tim.
Yeah.
I have ulterior motives, as Tim knows, right? If we delay it till tomorrow, then we can have a show that is
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. Okay.
All right, that's fine. Tomorrow's fine.
You know what,
Tomorrow's
bro?
fine.
That's yeah. That's good. That's good. Saving this for tomorrow is much better. We can actually maybe get some super chats because guess what? This whole thing, Paul can say all he wants that I'm doing this for just for super chats. I don't. This is not how I raise the super chats.
Right.
I'm doing this out of just duty for the watch community. Okay, it's a warning. Okay, so that when it blows up, I don't want these people to come back with reputation. Okay, when this thing backfires, all these guys got eggs on their face. I want that to be remembered, and that I told you so. And I don't like because like they got away with the wizard. They got away with vouching for the wizard. They got away with vouching for the timepiece gentleman.
Timmy, you are the Rosa Parks of the watch community.
Thank you.
Yes. He does not want to be the one to say "I told you so," but he will proudly say "I told you so."
I would hate to say I told you so. Nothing would pains me more. Like I want to be wrong. Okay, let's be honest. I want to be proven wrong. I want Paul Thorpe to succeed. I want Digital Watch Vault to make him a millionaire. Okay, and I'd be happy for him.
But I will do everything in my power to prevent it.
Oh, I see.
So my take is the only Buckley's totally right. It's not gonna, criminals don't care. It's not going to stop crime. The only possible benefit is maybe your stolen watch, gets identified through the registry, and at some point you get it back. But by that time, you probably moved on from it and you replaced it or whatever. So, but that's really the only benefit. I mean, it's like I said yesterday. At the end of the day, if you're that concerned, insure your watches, and then at least you'll get your money back.
Yeah.
I think Brody got the Moser Vanta Black. Look at it.
I did.
It's absorbing all the light.
Yeah, look at
that is.
He's driving in the fancy new car. The old car, the wheel fell off.
Yeah, no, this is not, well, it's not fancy, but it is new.
It's better than the one where the wheel fell off.
Oh yeah, for sure. That car was built by Audemars Piguet, that old one. or Tim drove it at some point in time, and so it broke.
All right. Well, congratulations on your successful trip to the AD.
Tim, do you have a driver's license? Do you drive?
I do. I do have a driver's license.
Okay. But you don't need a car, so you don't have a car, right?
I don't need a car. I can't afford a car. I could barely afford insurance.
Okay, I understand.
I mean, insurance. What the fuck? I don't have insurance. The insurance is the roommate. Is hopefully December 1st. Roommate will get insurance. I will finally be able to go to the dentist. I can barely afford rent. What are we talking about here? Apparently I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to lose.
Tim would rather hang out of that Maurice Grossman and have no teeth.
Yeah, because I have to, because that's having that Grossman actually gives me a lot of kudos and respect in the watch community. So
the German watch community.
Why would people listen to me?
You were spruiking that Grossman on that German channel.
I did. How ironic was that? I had the best German watch of all the Germans. Shout out to the Germans.
If you lose a noticeable tooth and you look like a Canadian hockey player, trust me, you're going to want to sell the Grossman.
I'll do a GoFundMe. Maybe the community will help me out. I don't know if the worst comes to worst. I hope it won't.
There are easier ways of earning money, Tim. Accept the deal.
I don't want it the easy way. I could have been a millionaire. I could have been one of the Digital Watch Vault investors, angel investors. But I chose the digital life. I chose to get super chat by super chat.
By the way, how many people really believe that Paul put $1 million into this thing? Does anybody really believe
That's what people are saying online, but I don't know if that claim has any credence.
No fucking way. Come on. He's not stupid.
Well, you often online you can miscalculate the stupidity of a punter. I mean, we saw people lose millions. Think about it. Think about how much money people gave to the timepiece gentleman, and Paul Thorpe fell for the timepiece gentleman. So
I don't know
Paul
that he.
Thorpe is known for falling for con man.
He didn't fall for the timepiece gentleman. He saw the fastest growing YouTube channel in the watch space and said, "Oh, digital watch vault, more subs."
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Right.
That's what he saw.
Yeah.
I don't think he fell for it. I just don't
He didn't
think
fall for it. He wanted to leverage it. They all want to leverage each other.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. They used me. They leveraged me. They got my approval, and then when I was no longer refused, they threw me to the side.
Yeah.
all the YouTube channels are trying to leverage each other and get everybody else's
and they're all
viewers to
coming
watch
together
them.
to suck each
It's
other
fine.
off as they try to make money on this thing.
No,
Well,
there's nothing wrong with. There's nothing wrong with
I'm out of here. See ya.
no, hey guys, good show. Let's end it on a high note.
Tomorrow, it's going dark.
David, stick around.
Hey, stick around. The link is in the chat. Hop on the after show if anybody wants to. It was good. It's a good topic. You know what? Look, here's what I'll do.
I love it. A dark view of it.
Hey, I'm gonna make this stream one more time, members only. Let's just be cool. Tomorrow we're gonna open new page. You know what? If people don't want to listen to my warning, then you know what? Fuck it. Alright, you don't want to heed my warning? Go ahead, do whatever you want. But don't come back to me and say, "Oh, Tim, I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have done this and done that." You know what? I don't care. Past this point, we're gonna be talking watches. I don't want to promote this venture anymore. Tomorrow we're on to important things like prices. What's the latest great watch? All right, guys, hit the upvote button, and I'll see you tomorrow. And Timmy.